quick. Alex.
This last week, and the primary takeaways for me is that stagflation is still the consensus view, and that front loading has largely taken place. I'm talking a lot of the trade-oriented economies. I'm talking Korea. I'm talking China. Container shipments and whatnot were off the charts in the first quarter, but now you're going to probably run into a little bit of weakness, and there's going to be a bit of catch-up here between the data we're seeing already and what's actually happening on the ground, Paul. And until we see a bit of connect there, the Fed's hands are tied, and quite frankly, so are a lot of other central banks. But that didn't stop the market, specifically in Asia, Tom, from pricing and rate cuts. I mean, 5-year swap rates across the whole of Asia are down 8 to 10 to 12 basis points over the last few weeks.
Very importantly here, in a summation of IMF and all the academic work like what you do every day, is there liquidity issues? Is there leverage issues? Are there bets that give Damien Sassower pause?
Well, I think what happened. I think the bets that I'm seeing are markets are starting to price in the potential for a deal to get done between the U.S. and India, the U.S. and South Korea, and the U.S. and Japan. Now, the interesting thing is, how are those currencies going to respond if the deal gets done? Are they actually going to appreciate relative to the dollar? Maybe not, right? Because the markets may rush to pricing the fact that, they did a deal with the U.S., they must have had to give them a pound of flesh or something. Currencies weaken, or more importantly, maybe it just takes them off the grid, and these countries want their currencies to weaken relative to the dollar, so that's a good thing. So it's hard to parse through exactly what that means.
Well, so at the end of the debate here, it's a race to the bottom. Let's go back to 1947.
I think it's a race to the bottom in terms of how much capacity central bankers have to cut rates to recharge their economies. Not a lot of central banks are willing to do that right now. It just seems like, look, last week we saw cuts by Korea and Singapore, but there were hawkish cuts, and we didn't see cuts by some others. And so it's just, to me, it's getting to be pretty obvious to me that a lot of central bankers have found religion, despite what you're seeing with the dollar, and then no rush to cut their rates, despite the market trying to force them down that path. And we'll see if that kind of materializes here. But what we're really missing here is the PGA Pro Championship, Paul. I mean, Mike Ballo, my pro at Tamarack Country Club, is 2 shots off the leader at 5 under heading into day 2. The top 20 of the 320 club pros. They go to the PGA in a few weeks. They're going to go to Quail. So Mike Ballo today, if you're listening, man, let's show up.
So the guy that destroyed your swing.
Yes, exactly. We're rooting for him. He's fixing it though this year. I'm telling you, it's going to be a good year for me. I mean, Tom, you guys are going to get Tom out this year. Sure.
I do the pants with the long stockings.
Oh yeah, the Payne Stewart. Yeah, I like that.
I do, but with wooden clubs. Grandpa had wooden clubs. I have wooden clubs too. Nick, folks, Damien does a whole thing with Scarlet Food, Michael Barr, and sports.
Sometimes, yeah.
What a joy in this city to see Knicks Pistons. The last 2 games decided by 3 points.
Tom, I was on a Delta Airlines coming back from Myrtle Beach at 4:30 yesterday, and the second half of the Knicks game is on, and everyone's got their headphones on, like the whole plan's a bunch of guys coming back from golf trips, like me, I mean.
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we are doing a live stream on Rumble, on YouTube, on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and simulcasting on X Spaces. If you have a question, type it into the chat or ask for the mic, and I will pass the mic on to you so you can ask your question about the news that we're covering, or just your opinion about what's going on in the world. Thank you for watching. We are doing this live stream on April 28th. I will also broadcast this on the different channels. I have 7 channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. So please subscribe to all those channels so you can get all the different feeds and the information that I provide. All of this is for free. All right. So please help support my work by sharing the links, asking your social media to follow me, making sure that you subscribe to all the channels. For Rumble, isn't that great? Apologize for the ones that are watching the live stream on Rumble. The feed broke. I reestablished the feed. So, but if you would like to help support my work, like I was saying, please make sure that you subscribe to all the channels. Ask for your social media to follow me. Share the links. And go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work. All this stuff that I do is for free. all of it. All right. So please help support my work. You can donate through Stripe, Buy Me a Coffee, or PayPal on my website. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel. All this stuff is for free. All right. So if you could, please help support. And better yet, take a look at the different products that I offer on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, to help improve your health and wellness. All right. I've been doing this anti-aging protocol for a very long time. I've improved it over the years. If you just follow what I've been doing, you get healthy and slow down the aging process. It is a holistic approach. All right. It's not taking one thing. It's a lifestyle change, but you can slow down the aging process. If someone says you can't, they're wrong. All right. But there's a method to it, and you have to pay attention. If you don't pay attention, you don't get the max benefits from it. So just pay attention to this broadcast, and you will learn how to improve your health. But not just that, how to navigate through the tumultuousness of the markets today. So with that, thank you for joining the ones on X Spaces, on Rumble, and on YouTube. So with that, let me pivot back to Bloomberg.
Goals against conservatives over who's best positioned to take on U.S. President Donald Trump. Bloomberg's David Gura is in Ottawa leading our coverage of today's vote.
Donald Trump is looming large in this race. Yes, it's about the economy and the economic predicament that Canada finds itself in. But of course, that has been shaped or reshaped by President Trump returning to the White House. His threats on the trade relationship between the U.S. and Canada, but also his threats on Canadian sovereignty as well. And that has really played into Mark Carney's hand here over the last few weeks, as he's positioned himself as somebody who, as he said, is best positioned to deal with Donald Trump in negotiations that will take place after this election.
Bloomberg's David Gura reports the final model from Abacus Data puts the Liberals ahead of the Conservatives by 2 percentage points, but that's down from 5% last week. The Vancouver community is reeling after a man drove a car into a large crowd at a street festival in the city Saturday night, killing at least 11 people and injuring a number of others. The mayor and police chief saying this is one of the worst days in the city's history. Vancouver's interim police chief, Steve Rye, said the suspect acted alone and was arrested soon after driving a black Audi through the Lapu Lapu Day Festival.
The vehicle that struck festival goers approached the festival area from the west on East 43rd Avenue. It entered a small crowd enclosed area and drove through the crowd.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says that this is every family's nightmare.
I know that I join all Canadians in mourning with you. I know that Canadians are united with you.
Prosecutors have charged a 30-year-old man with several counts of second-degree murder. We have a date for a papal conclave, according to the Vatican. It's May 7th. 135 members of the College of Cardinals are eligible to elect a new pope. Funeral services for Pope Francis were Saturday. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg Town Policy.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. If it wasn't a busy week, which is it's extraordinarily busy economic equity week, stock earnings, and all that, we stagger to the Michael McGlone F1 Miami Grand Prix this weekend.
Oh, is that right?
They've been in Bahrain,
Okay.
Jeddah rather, Saudi Arabia,
Yep.
Japan, I believe they were in, and this is the first bring it back to the Western Hemisphere in Europe. It's Miami. Just sneaking it up this weekend. I'm talking up. You think Sparta would send us down there?
Why not?
Little team coverage.
Absolutely.
I would. I'm so desperate to go on, Retro Keeper, the Amex's nickel. I would do an entire hour on Bitcoin with Mike McGlone.
Sure. Absolutely.
I mean, I would
The
fall on
spacious
my big dog
costs.
sword. And,
Yeah, Mike and I'll talk to some people.
well, you and Alex could go. Bitcoin 95,000.
Yeah.
Have we talked enough about that?
I don't think we have. I mean, it's just
recovery, seriously.
it is because we hit a recent low of 60,000, so it's had a big move off of there. Again, the all-time high just from earlier or late last year is 107,000. So moving higher here, putting some risk back on.
And some risk back on here again. Mr. Benson, if you're just joining us, the Secretary of Treasury out at CNBC, he's on Fox News. He will be in a press conference tomorrow. Clear messaging is what we're seeing from the Secretary of Treasury saying nice, I don't have it in front of me, but saying nice things about where we're heading with China. On trade, we were -10, and now we're +9. So it's been a nice swing in futures here from red up to a modest green left is how I would put it this morning. Gold, thank you. Paul,
Yep.
thank you. I bought on Costco.
Yeah,
I have 7 gold bar, 3,500. I was there. It's down $200
Hey, top tick.
from where I. But effectively, it was a mini bar.
Yeah.
It's not like a big bar.
No,
It's not like
that's
a
what he
overall.
says.
It's like a mini bar at Costco. I bought 2 or 3 of them. Give me grandkids and all. Futures up 10. Please stay with us from New York City on YouTube. Bloomberg surveillance.
All right, let me do a market update here on what's going on. So the ones that are watching the telemetry on YouTube's live feed and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, you can see live price action of the market and news that is published through Dow Jones. Now, the S&P 500 futures is trading at 5,559 right now. VIX is trading at 25.12, so it's a little bit lower risk in the market compared to last week. Euro USD is trading at 1.13. Oil is trading at $62.95 a barrel. BITO, which is the long ETF that I've been looking at for Bitcoin, that is trading at 20.75, and the USD Japanese yen is trading at 143.3. Now, what are the things that we want to look out for? In terms of the VIX index, if we're going to see another spike, which I don't think we will, but if we do, that would probably happen if we hear either bad news about tariffs not being negotiated, we'd see spikes in the VIX, or some issue in the Middle East, potentially additional conflict in Ukraine, or even some sort of military issue with China and Taiwan. Those are the risks on the table that I see. All right, they're not of equal probability. The one that has the highest probability to move the market is what is transpiring with the tariffs. So that's a risk event. All right, so we got to pay attention to that. As long as it looks like there's negotiations that are moving forward with some of the other countries, we'll start seeing the VIX move below 20. If the VIX moves below 20, you're going to see more money flows into the equity market. All right. Now, what's important to pay attention to for the equity market is that there are support levels. There's a psychological support level at 5,500. There is a structural support level at 5,150. And another major support level at 4,810 for the S&P 500. When that major sell-off took place on a few weeks ago, we tested that 4,810 and it proved a support level. All right. So as long as there's no major risk event that comes out of the White House with tariffs, we saw the bottom 4 weeks ago. Or maybe a little bit, yeah, was it 4 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago? I think it was 4 weeks ago. But either way, we saw the bottom. Now, I told people don't be fearful and buy into the equity market slowly. Broad index, not individual stocks, because individual stocks have idiosyncratic risk. If you paid attention, you made money. And I'm telling you this for free, all right? You just follow my lead. You will make money in the market and you will get healthy. You just have to pay attention and do what I tell you to do. If you don't, and you decide to not follow my advice, don't be surprised that you get hurt in the market. And don't be surprised that when you're in your geriatric years, you have a heart attack, or even before your geriatric years, and you see your life flashing before you and you didn't pay attention to what I was saying on how to mitigate some of the chronic problems in health that we have in the United States. We can say, if everyone listened to what I was saying in the United States in terms of health, we would save tens of billions, if not $100 billion in healthcare costs. If just people would listen and follow what I'm telling them to do. We would save hundreds of billions, or not tens of billions, if not $100 billion in healthcare costs. Why? Because the two biggest chronic diseases that we have in the United States is heart disease and diabetes. And 80% of it or more is lifestyle. 80% of it is due to self-induced. Yes, there are some people that have, some problems with their epigenetics or genetics or whatever. But the two biggest chronic diseases in the United States, heart disease and diabetes, most of it is lifestyle. Now, you can mitigate that. And when you mitigate it, there are added benefits. If you start helping your cardiovascular health, you actually help with your brain function. A lot of people don't make that connection, but you do. All right? When you start helping your heart out, you actually help with your musculature and your bone density. A lot of people don't understand that either. So just pay attention, you'll make money, and you'll get healthy. All right? So, okay. So, another thing that I'm noticing with Bitcoin, I'm kind of a contrarian. I don't believe that there is a fundamental aspect to Bitcoin. It's all behavioral. And that's all that matters. There's lots of price action. And it acts as a virtual commodity. All right? It's more volatile than oil. And when you have volatile commodities, it's hard to get structure in price because there's a lot of emotion built into it. All right? So it's very hard to model because it's almost chaotic in a way. All right? So my observation with decades of experience in trading, all right? My observation with Bitcoin is that it's positive. You got lots of pundits, you got lots of people out there that are pushing, well, it's a storage of value and it's going to be the future of transactions and blah, blah, blah. That's not the reason why it's moving up and down, right? There are many dynamics, behavioral dynamics that people need to pay attention to. Seems to me from my observation that there is a heavy correlation between equities in Bitcoin. There's a positive correlation. Now, it doesn't stay, it's not static, it's dynamic. And then, so as the equity market was starting to sell off, there were portfolio managers that put in Bitcoin positions to help them give, before the market went down, these equity managers were putting in Bitcoin positions to give them a little bit more yield, hoping that by the end of the year that they would return above their benchmark. A lot of times in the IPS, investment policy statement, they have a benchmark that they have to show performance. So if the S&P 500 goes up 10 and their individual fund doesn't go up above 10, they start losing flow. They start losing funds out of their fund, right? Because why would someone invest into a fund that has high fees and you're doing the benchmark? You might as well just invest in the benchmark. So they know that they have to beat the benchmark. So what they do is they invest into individual stocks and they have a certain composition that has different betas to try to get the alpha that investors are looking for above and beyond the benchmark. Well, a lot of these investment portfolio investors were buying into Bitcoin or ETF wrappers to try to get the yield above the benchmark. But because there is a correlation, as the equity market started to sell off, so did Bitcoin. And because Bitcoin's volatile, they had to trim their positions because they had to stop the bleeding because it was bleeding quicker than the actual benchmark. So the equity market the S&P 500, when it started to falter 4 weeks ago, it was going down to 4,810. But the speed, the velocity of, it's called the first derivative. The first derivative for the S&P 500 for the sell-off, let's say, is X. Well, the actual velocity, the first derivative of Bitcoin falling, was 2X. All right, so they had to shave off their positions or be very brave and buy into the market for Bitcoin. So that's why you see this positive correlation. The equity market starts to go down, so does Bitcoin. When the equity market starts to go up, so does Bitcoin. Now, there seems to be a more positive correlation between tech stocks and Bitcoin. But I'm not looking at it that. I'm looking at the broad index. That's the way I look at it. I look at things at a macro level. So Bitcoin has a strong correlation to equity move. So if it's moving up, equity, you see Bitcoin moving up. What do we see? We saw a equity market that's starting to heal. It bounced off of the 4,810, and it tested the support level of 5,150, and it's starting to march up. And now its market is open now, and it's trading at 5,540. And like I said, 5,500 is a psychological support level. So if it stays above there, there's going to be an emotional trade that's going to start to build up to buy more. But you also have shorters, ones that want to short the market, and algorithmic traders at the 5,500 mark. So we'll see what happens here. But if we have positive news in terms of tariffs, and the VIX continues to go down, and it's below 25 right now for VIX, then what's going to happen is the equities are going to go up, and you're going to also see Bitcoin go up. Now, what I just explained makes complete logical sense with the price action that we have seen in the last 4 weeks for Bitcoin and equities. It has nothing to do with fundamentals. It's all about behavior. It's a behavior of the investment portfolio managers. This is the reason why I give you an added insight that most people can't give you. Most people are too stupid to see this. So, okay, now there's going to be some people out there that go, well, you know, the dollar is weakening and then Bitcoin's going to go up. So it's like it's like a gold trade. So it's like, so the way some people can view Bitcoin as like, well, this is like a virtual gold asset kind of thing. Well, there's an argument for that, and oil and not oil, but gold is going up. All right, I don't have the gold futures right now on my screen, so I don't know what it's at, but it's been trading above 3,000 the last I looked. But there's not a really fundamental with Bitcoin. It's all about, they want that volatility. When there's volatility, right, in price action, that helps with portfolios as long as you're position yourself in the right direction. But you can't bet on it. It's like something that you got. It's volatile, right? You got to be careful. You got to pay attention. I mean, with equities, you know, you'll have these moments in time where there's these sell-offs, but over a long trend, those just smooth out, and the equity market just keeps on going up. That's not true with certain commodities like oil. Oil can go up to 100 and then come back down to 50. All right, it's a wild ride. And being able to try to time it right, you can make money, right? Well, you can make money in the equity market, but you have to sometimes be more patient. And so this is the reason why people add to their portfolio these more volatile assets like Bitcoin, all right, to try to get a little bit of extra push. But it can hurt you too if you're going in the wrong way. So I don't believe that Bitcoin has a real fundamental, like the euro or the yen. All right. So another indication that you have to worry about risk building up in the market is if the yen breaks 140. Right now it's trading at 143, and it's been selling off over time. The last few months, you know, it was at 150, and it's been moving closer and closer to 140. it didn't break 140 several trading sessions in Asia. It stayed at around 140.3, but it came close. It came really close. A break of 140 is going to start concerning the BOJ, the Bank of Japan. And then you're going to start seeing currency markets being perturbed. So as the dollar's starting to weaken, you're going to see appreciation of the yen. You're going to see appreciation of the Swiss franc. And you're going to see some appreciation of the euro. And then obviously gold will go up. Now we are seeing an appreciation of the euro. But the thing is you have to look at it from a larger context. The dollar has been above 100 for DXY for 4 years. The average for a 10-year trend is about 97, 98. The dollar has to weaken just from a average time series. So don't be caught into this idea, going back to Bitcoin, oh, it's all fundamental, that Bitcoin's going to go up and the dollar's going down, and therefore there's a negative, there's this inverse correlation. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled with that. There's this multi-variable function with Bitcoin. Equities, the movement of equities because of investors and portfolio managers and their flows into Bitcoin. Plus the macro stability of the dollar. All right. So there is a little bit of that. As the dollar goes down, so does Bitcoin would go up. There's a little bit of that, but that's not a heavy weight for the actual price action. The heaviest weight is the equity, what's moving with equities at this moment in time, in this epoch. So just pay attention to that. Now, can things break down and readjust and these variables change, these parameters change for this multifactorial equation? Yes, but I don't think anytime soon. So most of that price action for Bitcoin is because of equity movements, not because of dollar movements. And the dollar has to weaken because it's been elevated for the last 4 years above historical trend. So don't fall into that trap where, oh, the dollar's weakening. Oh, the dollar's weakening. It's a crisis. No, it's not. Look at the 10-year trend. The same thing with interest rates, the yield curve. You have the short end of the yield curve where it's like the 3-month, and then the 1 year, and and then you have the 5-year, the 10-year bond, and then the 30-year bond. There's this yield curve. The yield curve has been suppressed. Pre-Lehman data, pre-Lehman crisis data. If you compare where we had the zero bound after Lehman crisis, we've had a zero bound for a long time. Like 18 years, 17 years. We've been at a low interest rate curve. That is not sustainable. So people have to keep in mind, it's not about the price action right now. It's about the historical trend. Pre-Lehman, when you're talking about the yield curve, pre-Lehman, what were those curves? What were the curves with the QE during Bernanke's tenure? And then the upward trend that started to go back to historical trend, that go to historical averages. So when you hear people saying the yield of the treasury is going up and the dollar is going down, it's just mean reverting back to historical trends. It's not a fundamental, oh, investors are leaving America. If investors are leaving America, why is the equity market above 5,500 right now? Trust me on this. You will make money if you pay attention to what I'm saying. Don't fall for the trap. The trap is this. Bitcoin has a fundamental that's inversely related to the dollar. The next trap is that investors are leaving the United States, so equities are going to go down, bond yields are going to go up, and the dollar is going to go down. Wrong. Wrong. All this stuff is mean reverting back to historical averages. Historical averages for the yield curve, which is good if you are starting to retire and you want to lock in at a rate. If you're buying bonds and you're holding duration, you want the higher interest rate. So as the society starts to age, you need higher bond yields. Now, does that help with people that are trying to buy a home? No. There's no free lunch. That's the point. The next issue is that the dollar is slowly weakening, but that's a good thing. One, it'll help with our exports. But two, we have been above historical averages for 4 years because of COVID. And you really believe, if you really believe in your heart of hearts that the equity market's going to go down, then that would be the end of the United States. Because there's so many people that have invested their life savings and their retirement into equities. It's not going to happen. It's not going to be the fall of the United States. So people that are getting on the bandwagon that leave the United States and go international, you're making a huge mistake. Huge mistake. Just pay attention to me. Buy into the market slowly. Don't bet the farm. Just buy in slowly, and you are going to benefit greatly in 12 months, maybe even in 6 months. I believe that the S&P 500 will be at an all-time high, all-time record high by the end of this year. But you listen to some of these other podcasters, and it's like doom and gloom, doom and gloom, doom and gloom. But like I said, there's no free lunch. Us going back to historical trends with the yield curve does have a negative feedback on trying to finance homes. That's a true statement. But the equity market is starting to go up, so you're going to be able to make money and pull that money out of the equity and be able to purchase homes. A lot of times, if you look at the historical trend, when markets start to go down, and they think that they were going into like some sort of bear market, a lot of times people will sell and then invest into homes. And then, so there's going to be a rotation that's going to take place. That's not taking place right now, right? But I think we saw the bottom 4 weeks ago at 4,830, I think was the bottom point. And like I said, that 4,810 was the support level. And I've been saying that for months, because I've been showing that fib sequence. I've been showing that fib sequence for 2 years. But as the market starts to go up, the fib sequence changes. So I kept on updating it. But I've been telling you where the support levels are for months. And it happened. It happened. Now, people would say, how would you know that? How would you know that 4,810? It's a really simple theory. The whole world, the whole universe, everything in terms of your biology, in terms of your social makeup, in terms of the way you conduct business, the way you relate to people, the way the universe works, it all is formed through a fib sequence. It's through a spiral. It's all about spirals and a fractorial, like a fractal. It's a fractal system. That's nature. So if you model what nature is, you'll become more accurate. And you don't need to figure out all these like fancy formulas that, what's the fundamental of Microsoft? Waste of time. Okay, with that said, the S&P 500 is trading at 5,549 right now. And there's a little bit of price action going on with the Japanese yen at 143.12. VIX is still trading lower right now since the open at 24.75. If you listen to me when I told you to 4 weeks ago, you would have made a nice return. Because think about it, if you put a little bit of money in at 4,810 and it's at 5,500, you would have made yield. You would have had some return. And it was only 1 month. You know, but you know, just keep on. Things are going to get even better. Trust me. All right. With that said, I guess Firefly's second mission launch is happening. And Firefly, if I remember, was the startup company that put a device. I think it was on the moon. I don't know if they would circle the moon or if they put it on the moon. I think they put it on the moon. But you know, a lot has happened. Be positive. Like, I guess the big point here is just to be positive. Don't be. It's not doom and gloom. You listen to these other podcasters, it's like the sell the dollar, the dollar's selling, and the equities are selling, and treasuries are selling. You know, no, they're not. They're going to historical trends. Don't worry about it. Okay. With that said, let's go to Bloomberg.
Day in World War II, Russian President Vladimir Putin has ordered the truce will run from the start of May 8th and last through the end of May 10th to mark Moscow's defeat of Nazi Germany in 1945. White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt.
The president has made it clear he wants to see a permanent ceasefire, first to stop the killing, stop the bloodshed. And while he remains optimistic he can strike a deal, he's also being realistic as well. And both leaders need to come to the table to negotiate their way out of this.
Kyiv insisted on a longer and immediate truce. Russian President Vladimir Putin is thanking North Korean troops for fighting Ukrainian forces in Russia's Kursk region. Putin hailed the heroism and dedication of the North Korean fighters, who he said defended our motherland as their own. North Korea earlier today confirmed for the first time that it had sent troops to Russia to help its forces retake the Kursk region. A national tragedy in Canada ahead of its election day today. A planned vigil was held last night in Vancouver after at least 11 people were killed and dozens injured after a man rammed his vehicle into a crowd at a Filipino festival in Vancouver. Mayor Ken Sim says Saturday's horrible incident is likely not a terror attack, and the suspect has a history of mental health problems.
I'm completely heartbroken. I'm shocked. And I'm angry. And I'm devastated by the lives that have been lost and the pain that's been inflicted on our community.
Officials say the 30-year-old suspect was detained by witnesses at the scene and faces several murder charges. A major blackout hit most of Spain and all of Portugal, affecting public transport, airports, and phone service, leaving authorities searching for the cause for one of the worst outages in Europe in years. Authorities have not yet ruled out a cyber attack. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom Paulise.
Michael Barr, thanks so much. I decided this weekend, I never, ever do this. I binge watch.
Wow.
Which was actually sort of therapeutic to get away from, all the news flow that's going on. And I watched season 1 and then the 3 episodes of season 2 of Andor on Disney. Very Star Warsy.
Okay.
Actually read about some of the actors and actresses and, piecing it together in the screenplay. But to the point that we talked about earlier, where Yellowstone was a complete failure till it wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way this rolls, is everything's done, total mystery. Will Lisa Mateo watch it at home? And then boom, it works.
Yeah. I mean, and it's what's rare is for a show to be given the time to build an audience, which used to happen more often back in the day when
Paramount.
Well, my take on this is that we spend way too many people have spent way too much time wasting their time in front of televisions. I mean, just imagine from when you were a child to when you become an adult, all right? All the wasted time that was in front of the television while you were being programmed, because it's a program, right? While you could have been reading a book or learning an instrument, a musical instrument, or playing outside, or developing skills in a sport. These are things that people used to do before we wasted our time on consuming content. See, we're consumers now. We're not living. All right? We're not living anymore. We're just consuming. And they freak out when you stop your consumption. But don't waste your time on frivolous stuff. Your life is precious. You do not have, just calculate the number, how many years left you have based on just the average, and calculate it based on the number of days left in your life. The number of years, depending on how old you are, and assume that, let's say average life expectancy is 80, all right, for quick analysis, and find out how many years left you have, and you only have 365 days for every year. Not much time left. All right, I'm in my 50s. Unless there's major medical advancement, which could happen, right? I could extend my life, maybe 10 years more with, good diet and all that. All right, but what? I die at 80 or 90 or even 100. Let's say I get to 100. All right, 50 years is not that long left. I'm in my 50s, so less than 50 years. 50 years is not that much time. Now, a lot of people, they may die at age 60 or 70. If they're in their 50s, let's say they're 50 and they die at 70, well, that's only 20 years. That's not that much time. Don't waste it. Don't waste it. Embrace life. Enjoy life. Don't be hedonistic. But get off of the treadmill of bread and circus. You are wasting your life with it. You could have been just so much more of a person. You could have accomplished so much more. You could have learned so much more. You could have reached and helped people so much more. Whatever it is. Instead of sitting in front of a television, wasting your life. All right, with that said, and that's what they want you to do. That's what they want. That's what the big media companies want you to do. That's what Procter & Gamble wants you to do. They want you to sit in front of the TV, watch a soap opera, or watch, some sort of, binge watch on Netflix. And then because you're inactive, you start having heart disease, or you start gaining weight, and you have obesity. And then you get a commercial to say, oh, go take Ozempic, or go, whatever. But you caused the problem. You caused the problem because of the bread and circus. All right. With that, I want to talk about the health protocol. All right, really quick before we go back to Bloomberg. And the market right now is trading at 5,537. I have something called the core, and that core has 4 pillars. The first pillar is max 35, max 14. That helps with the immune system. C60 is the second pillar. It soaks up the free radicals, brings down the stress in the cell and at the tissue level. Turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans help to bring down inflammation. That's very important for your immune system and very important for your cardiovascular system. And then Boomer Boost, which is a powdered supplement that you take that revs up your metabolism. And you'll have lots more energy. That's the core, all right? And you build off of that. When you customize your protocol, your health protocol, and do a holistic approach, proper diet, proper exercise, proper sleep, learning new things. When you do this holistically, you actually will get healthier much faster because you're giving your body the ingredients it needs, and you have the proper mindset to do it. You're getting the proper sleep. You're filtering your water, staying away from processed foods. You're doing the 4 modalities of exercise: resistance training, cardio, balancing exercises, and stretching. All 4 modalities are very important. If you only focus on one modality, you're doing it wrong. And you get healthy. It's really simple. Because our body was designed to move around. Why? Because we didn't want to be lunch for the lion in the jungle. All right? We have to move. We have to move around. It's part of our evolutionary process. we have not, we did not evolve to sit on a couch watching TV and getting fat. Really simple idea. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the products that I offer, such as the structural nano silver soaps. Now, the structural nano silver soaps, I have it in 4 different varieties. I have it in lemongrass, charcoal tea tree, lavender, and also in peppermint. Get a few bars for your household. These are very high quality soaps that I use, made from structural nano silver. And it helps support my work and it helps support your health. It's a win-win situation. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. It's discount, all caps, discount 5, number 5. So discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you do get a free gift until supplies last. So please go to my store, get the structural nano silver soaps, get a few for your household. They're very high quality, and you're helping to support the work that I do. I just told you how to make money in the market. Now, depending on how much money you put in the market, depends on, your actual absolute return. But the point here is that if you pay attention, you're going to be better off in the future for your finances, and you're going to be better off in the future for your health. Instead of hearing all the doom and gloom from, these podcasters are saying that they're a bunch of chicken littles, They're not just chicken littles where they're saying the sky's falling, they're chicken shits. Because real leaders don't run. Real leaders persevere and move forward. They don't retreat. But a lot of these chicken little types, they retreat. Oh, the sky's falling. No, the sky's not falling. Engage.
Bitwise conference, and he was the headline speaker.
Where was this conference?
Downtown in Chelsea Piers. Chelsea, it was beautiful actually. You almost as if you just want to be out instead of inside a cold air conditioned room. But he said everyone can copy him. He's like, why are these companies all spending capital expenditure? Or he said, why are they buying back shares when they could just buy Bitcoin? Just copy me, buy Bitcoin. And it's compelling because he did show a lot of charts, and he has outperformed even Bitcoin itself since the beginning of the year.
All right, so people are doing some of the thematic stuff, the leverage stuff, but Falchus says people are still just throwing money into the QQQs.
Absolutely. And the bull.
So these are just big, broad S&P 500 index. That's still getting the vast majority of the
It's
money,
still getting really also what we call monster inflows, but I feel like it's kind of an interesting dichotomy because you have people plowing money into those index-hugging benchmark funds, but also the speculative spirit is still alive and well.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, now you see markets really edging lower. So what does that tell you? It just means that their gumption and their stomach for risk is strong.
I know.
What do you do if you're a mutual fund?
See what I mean? See what I mean? The smart money's already moving in. Because they know that in 6, 12, 24 months from now, it's going to be huge returns. You probably will never see a 4,810 again for the S&P 500, as long as Trump doesn't throw some sort of, crazy rhetoric in the Oval Office. You may never see a 4,810 ever again in the S&P 500 for the rest of your life. We may have just saw the bottom. Now, it's possible that we may see it again, but it's a major support level. Trump is very mercurial. Anything can happen. But the thing is that as things stabilize, you're not going to see in your lifetime, depending on when how long you live, but we're not that far away from a 10,000 S&P 500. I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to even happen in 2 years, but it's going to be, it could happen in the next 5, could happen in the next 8. The S&P 500 is trading at 5,500. The high was 6,000, over 6,000. It's like 6,100 or something like that. I think it was 6,130. But either way, that's less than 4,000 points away from 10,000. You see my point here? You aren't going to see a 4,008. The probability of seeing a 4,810 S&P in your lifetime is small now. All right. With that said, I'm not sure when Firefly is starting their, it looks like they're starting to degas some of the rockets for the Firefly second mission launch. Let's just go to live now and just listen in here.
So that is what that extra 2 seconds is for, right before launch.
Right.
And then at T-0 seconds, we actually release the mechanisms that are clamping Alpha down to the pad.
Right.
And Alpha will start to lift away from the ground. At about T+56 seconds, if memory serves, we'll hit Mach 1, so we'll go supersonic. And then at T+1 minute and 6 seconds, we'll hit something called max Q.
Right.
Again, that's max aerodynamic pressure. Kind of, in a lot of cases, not all. The most stress that the
all right, it looks like the rocket launch. It looks like the rocket launch is going to happen in just about 8 minutes from now. So let me just plug another product here. That second pillar that I was talking about is C60, and that C60 is soaking up those free radicals. Now, I have been a proponent of antioxidants since I was 16 years old. Antioxidants works. And it's a very simple concept. You soak up those free radicals that cause damage to your cells and causes stress in the cell. When you soak those up, you're reducing that stress. All right? Also, when you look at people that are younger, they can soak up free radicals. They just have a more robust superoxide dismutase and other natural antioxidants like glutathione. Now, when you fast forward to people that are older in their geriatric years, there are common themes that happen. And one common theme is their ATP is lower, they have less energy. The health of their mitochondria goes down. There's stress in the cells through a buildup of free radicals, ROS, reactive oxygen species. All right. And when you have all this buildup of ROS or free radicals, the cells don't perform as well, the tissues don't perform as well, your endocrine system doesn't perform as well, your neurons don't perform as well, your energy levels go down. And when the cell is stressed and starts to basically oxidize, then you start to perform worse, and it's a downward spiral. And you see this with people. What happens first when someone is starting to age? Energy levels. They don't heal as well. Their immune system is going down, their energy levels are going down, and their mitochondrial health is going down. It's a simple observation. All right? So what you want to do is soak up those free radicals. The earlier, the better. All right? You're never too young to start taking antioxidants. All right? So the point here is that you can also translate this knowledge that has been built up over the decades for humans. You can translate that into pets, cats and dogs. All right. You want to slow down the aging of your pet? You should have a protocol for it. Now, my dog, the protocol that I give it max 35, a little bit of max 35 in its food. It's a liquid. I give it C60. I also give it NMN and NAC for its lung health. And then a probiotic and a powdered multivitamin. And my dog is aging slower. Now, I've had 2 dogs in my life. My first dog, I didn't do any anti-aging protocol for it. And it aged. Part of it is because of the food, I think, was not as high quality. Another part of the protocol is make sure that if you're feeding your pet, don't buy canned foods, don't buy packaged foods. Even if they say it's organic or really good for you, make the food for your pet. The more fresh, the better. All right? And what you're going to notice is that your pet is slow. It doesn't have the arthritis as early. It has more energy. the coat of the pet is healthier. Their eyes look healthier. Their activity is better when you do this. All right. So you'll be able to see, and pets, they don't live as long as humans. All right. Like, for example, cats and dogs. I guess if you have an elephant, you could have a very long living elephant. But how many people have an elephant in their backyard? So the point I'm making is that you can apply what I'm saying to even your pet. All right. And it works. Right? You can slow down that aging process, and they won't have all these other ailments that normally start creeping up in a pet at age 6. Like a dog, an average dog's life is about 12 to 14 years of age, depending on the pet and the health. But if you do a health protocol, you can extend that life of the pet, typically about 3 to 4 years. And and they don't have these ailments normally when they start getting to about 6 or 7. They start getting it when they're about 10 years of age. All right, in human years, I mean. So the point I'm making here is that what I'm saying translates to pets too. All right. Okay. So C60, you take a teaspoon a day. All right. You take a teaspoon a day. Take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout, because what's going to happen is as you're doing your workout, you're going to be producing free radicals, and it's going to soak up those free radicals, and you're going to recover quicker from your workout. So that soreness from the workout, you'll bounce back quicker if you take the C60 before the workout. Now, C60, take a teaspoon a day. All right, it's going to soak up those free radicals. How does it work? It's suspended in a lipid, in an oil. So it'll help you to be able to absorb it. C60 is a carbon molecule, 60 carbons, looks like a soccer ball, or a fullerene is the technical term. And what's special about carbon molecules connected together is that there is an electron sharing shell. So this is, if you just imagine this, electrons are floating around in a shell around a soccer ball, all right? And this allows it to soak up free radicals at a much more vigorous rate. If you look at a vitamin C, which soaks up free radicals too, neutralizes free radicals, that molecule can only neutralize one free radical. But one C60 molecule can soak up hundreds, if not 1,000 free radicals. Just one. That's why it's so potent. Your body will not absorb enough vitamin C to get the same benefits from C60. You can't. Your body will not absorb vitamin C at that level. You would have to take 1,000 times the normal dose. You'd have to have 1,000 more molecules for every one molecule of C60. You can't. You would have to eat a truckload of vitamin C. Your body won't absorb it. So the point here is that you can't. C60 is the most potent antioxidant that you can purchase. There are other antioxidants like resveratrol and even NAC to boost up your glutathione levels, or superoxide dismutase that's in my gladiator barley. But they're not as potent as C60. That's the point I'm making. All right, so you take a teaspoon a day. It'll soak up those free radicals, and what does that do? It reduces the stress in the cell and the tissues. That means that your tissues are going to perform better. Your organ systems are going to perform better. Your glands, your endocrine system is going to perform better, even your neurons. Your neurons have lots of mitochondria, has to produce lots of ATP, and if you reduce the stress on the neuron, it's going to produce neurotransmitters, more of them. Your mitochondria is going to be healthier, and you're going to have better neuroplasticity. That means you're going to think better, all right? So take a teaspoon a day. You can get it in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, and also MCT coconut oil. It has to be in a lipid. It has to be in an oil for proper absorption. If someone's saying, oh, just take a powder of C60, you're doing it wrong. Doing it wrong. It has to be in a lipid to be able to absorb it. All right. So again, I have it in 3 different types: the MCT coconut oil, the avocado oil, and the extra virgin olive oil. Take a teaspoon a day, and it's going to soak up those free radicals. It's going to help to boost up that ATP because it's going to improve the mitochondrial health in the cell. All right. And when you're doing that, your body now has less stress in the tissues, and it's helping to heal the process, and it's boosting up your immune system and your endocrine system and your brain function. This is a major pillar of the core protocol that I said. All right. C60 should be in your protocol every day. It's the very important stuff. All right. Not only that, it will help with the basal layer in your skin. You have a basal layer that's producing new skin cells, and then as they move up towards the surface, they build up keratin, and at the very top of your skin is dead cells. All right, with high keratin level. Well, they shed, right? They just fall off, and new cells are produced. But when you get older, the cells just aren't as vibrant as they were when they're younger. That's because the basal layer is becoming unhealthy because toxins that you're around, not filtering your water, not eating the proper foods, too much stress, just the aging process. But you can repair and mitigate some of those aging processes on the basal layer by taking C60. It's going to reduce that free radical load on the adult stem cells in the basal layer that's producing the new skin cells. All right. In addition, like I said, by taking C60, you're going to improve your brain function. You're soaking up free radicals in the neuron. You're improving the mitochondrial health of the neuron. The neuron can now have the energy to produce the neurotransmitters. The neurotransmitters are released from the pre-neuron in the synaptic cleft. And then when you have more neurotransmitters allowing for communication, you're going to have positive neuroplasticity. But if you have a lot of stress in the neurons reduce, it has less energy, has less ability to create neurotransmitters, and eventually, over time, called aging, your connections start to recede, and you think slower, and you don't have as good of a memory. You can mitigate that problem. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. C60 also helps with cardiovascular. How? By soaking up the free radicals at the vascular level in your bloodstream. You have free radicals floating around in your bloodstream. And when those free radicals are floating around in your bloodstream and you have LDL levels, your LDL oxidizes. The free radical oxidizes the LDL. Well, when you have inflammation or some sort of vascular damage and you have an oxidized LDL, it will form a plaque. And now you have plaque buildup in your vascular system. So by reducing the free radicals in your bloodstream, you're reducing the chances of building up further plaque. And then you can mitigate it even further by bringing down inflammation and also reducing your LDL levels and increasing your HDL levels to improve your total cholesterol. So I just gave you a formula on how to improve your cardiovascular health and your brain function by taking a supplement. Now, I've been doing this for a long time, all right, in terms of antioxidants. I've been taking C60 since 2016, all right? What you will notice is that you'll have more energy levels and you will age slower. You will physically see that you're aging slower, but better, you feel that you're aging slower because your endocrine system is better, your immune system is better, and you're thinking better. So please go to my store and get the C60. Now, I know that sounds like, just a sales pitch and all that, but it's really simple. The data doesn't lie. Get the biomarkers that you need from your doctor, all right? Doing a blood test, getting all, get your blood pressure checked, your BMI checked, do all that, all right? And then start a protocol, these health protocols that I'm talking about, And then go back to the doctor in 6 months or a year, and you're going to notice that your biomarkers are better. And then, you know, like I said, there's also this holistic approach where it's proper diet, proper exercise, and da-da-da. Now, most people in the United States want to I just want to solve the problem. I just want to pop a pill, or I want to, you know, just do one thing. It doesn't work like that. If you're thinking that way, you might as well just turn off watching, because that's not how it works. That's not how your body works. Your body is a complex system with complex biochemistry. So if someone says take one thing and it's going to solve your problem, they're wrong. But the thing is if you view this in a holistic way, and you view this, you know, it's about stacking and fine tuning it based on the biomarkers that you're getting back from your blood workup or other measuring devices like, you know, stress testing and ultrasound and all this stuff, right? But your data, your biological data, and you'll see that over time you're improving. And hopefully that is a positive feedback loop to continue on and improving your health. That's where the proof is. If someone's saying, where's the proof? Start the biometrics before you start the protocol, 6 months after and 1 year after, and you're going to notice that your numbers are improving. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60, take it the way I'm telling you to take it, and stack it the way I'm telling you to stack it. Like I said, you get really major benefits if you're stacking it with the Max 35, the Boomer Boost, the lignans, the turmeric, the ashwagandha. I will go over the reasons why throughout this broadcast. But get the C60. It's a major pillar of the health protocol. It's a very potent antioxidant. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg. I apologize for being long-winded, but it's important to just keep reminding individuals that there are things out there that can help heal your body. But you have to look at it from a holistic approach. You got to look in the mirror and go, do you want to improve your body? You want to improve your health? Yes or no? If it's no, then stop listening. But if it's yes, then follow what I'm telling you and you will benefit.
Retailers will stay on top of that story, which could have a long tail. So we'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
All right, I apologize. I missed that. All right, so let's go to CNN, and Trump was interviewed by The Atlantic. So let's talk about that particular interview.
Free. You just cover the state fee.
President Trump says during his second term, he runs the country and the world. That is from his latest interview out just minutes ago, marking his 100 days in office. He sat down with a team from The Atlantic in the Oval Office for their cover story. Part of that team was editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg. You might remember him as the guy mistakenly added to a group chat about military plans in Yemen. He was invited on purpose for this interview. When the Signal group chat came up, Trump told The Atlantic reporters that he said to his staff, quote, maybe don't use Signal, okay? Joining me now to talk about this is Michael Scherer, staff writer at The Atlantic, one of the journalists behind this latest interview. Michael, thanks for being here with us this morning. What was the vibe?
Thanks for having me.
Trump was very annoyed with the Signal chat story. So let's get that out of the way. How was it behind closed doors?
Well, this story was a long journey. We've been reporting it for a couple months. We interviewed him in March by phone after he publicly denounced me and my reporting colleague Ashley Parker as being lunatic, leftists, and liars. But then when we called him, he took our call. We had a perfectly fine, gracious interview. Obviously, after that, the Signalgate thing happened. He attacked The Atlantic ruthlessly, attacked my boss, Jeffrey Goldberg, ruthlessly. By the end, though, and this is just last week, he was in a far more conciliatory mood. You know, the tone of that exchange was very respectful. He was, you know, acknowledged the success of the Signalgate story, wasn't doing what he did in the days afterwards, which was to deny anything improper had happened.
He mentioned to us, for instance, that Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, was getting his act together, and he had a talk with them. He admitted that the national security advisor had gone through a difficult time as well.
What this article does in a lot of ways is give us a sense of his thinking when he was in quote unquote political exile after he lost. And he describes his first term. He's like, look, the first time I had two things to do, run the country and survive. And he said, I had all these crooked guys. This time around, he's really feeling like he is in charge. Can you talk about how that thinking is infusing his approach?
Yeah, I mean, if you remember back during the campaign, Democrats would argue that there would be no boundaries on a second Trump term. It would be very different than the first. And it turns out they may have even been understating it. Trump overcame something that really no president, no leader has overcome before. If you go back to the days after January 6th, where you have multiple Republicans voting to convict him in the Senate, you have, most of the party, corporate America cutting him off, social networks cutting him off. He was able to come back to power. And I think that experience, which is really what we tried to explore in this story, informs the boldness with which he is governing now. He really doesn't see many boundaries to going after people he perceived to be his enemies, even if he's doing things to them that he objected when government did to his allies before. Yeah. He feels fine doing it now. I mean, his economic policies obviously are very disruptive and of questionable effectiveness. And that comment about running the world, I mean, he truly does believe that he has enormous leverage at this point, not only within the country, over the other parts of government, but over, a number of conflicts elsewhere in the world. I mean, times during that interview last week, he was talking to us about intervening in a negotiation over a dam being built in Ethiopia and continued disputes in Serbia. He's a deal maker all the way through. I think the difference is in the first weeks and months of his first term, he felt a little bit underwater. He didn't have the people in place. He didn't really understand the town. He didn't understand how the government works. He feels like he has a much better understanding now.
He's also surrounded by people who possibly understand him better. You were writing about the fact that some of his White House advisors have learned to their purpose follow ideas when he says something twice. Can you give us examples or give a sense of what this means? He sounds way more in charge, and everyone says the people around him acquiesce a little more, but how is it playing out?
Yeah, I think that's one way of describing it. I think I would say, the people around him don't feel like they have to manage him or prevent him from doing what he wants to do. They advise him. They sometimes tell him, there's downsides to this, and they try and discourage him from doing things. But it's really different from the first term, where you had a number of chiefs of staff who either were outwardly refusing or quietly refusing to carry out orders, or maneuvering behind the scenes to get him to change his mind. That's not the mood right now. Now, that line about if he says something twice, we know to do it, really comes out of the fact that he says a lot of things. He has a lot of ideas. He throws things around a lot. That came up when they were discussing what to do with the Kennedy Center during the transition. He had the idea, after reading a story, that he wanted to be chairman of the Kennedy Center. He didn't get to go to the premier performing arts institution in America the first term because he was shunned by artists, and he decided he wanted to do it all himself this time, and they figured out how to make that happen.
Well, Michael, thanks so much for talking with us. There's a lot of great stuff in this story, including on that question about whether or not he wants to run for a third term. You can check out that article, this interview in The Atlantic, which is out now.
Damning with faint praise at the highest level. President Trump, with his most loaded comments yet about embattled Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, in an interview just published in The Atlantic, the president said of Hegseth, quote, "I think he's gonna get it together. I had a talk with him, a positive talk, but I had a talk with him." With us now, Maura Gillespie, former advisor to then Speaker of the House John Boehner, and Democratic strategist Chuck Rocha. Chuck, I think he's gonna get it together. One other way of reading that is he hasn't had it together.
We just have to make our chatbot more agentic. Whoa, future John here. You're here too? Yeah, and thanks to CX1 Empower, things are gonna get way less awkward.
Together.
That means I'm gonna give you a little bit of a leash. You ain't got far to walk with because you're finna get in trouble because he's about had all he can take of this. We're probably going to talk about some awful polling numbers that he's got coming out in his first 100 days as well. And he don't need this Pete Hegseth thing hanging over him along with all these horrible polling numbers all at the same time, all as we're running into elections coming up in New Jersey and Virginia. He's trying to get this off of his plate and get it focused on things that are positive around him and not these negative things.
More, is this a glass half empty or glass half full? It's like Pete Hegseth call your office. The president basically says that he doesn't have it together yet, that he's going to get it together? Or is it half full in the sense that he still has a job this morning?
Pete Hegseth, he still has a job this morning, but for Donald Trump, he doesn't need this distraction or these, essentially making him look bad, right? He doesn't want his administration, anyone else to be taking away from what he is trying to show the world and the American people he can do for them. Unfortunately, I think that there are certainly some downsides and some things that people are frustrated by. But certainly the inequities and the really inexperience that Pete Hegseth has shown time and time again, even in the 2-3 months he's been in the job, is pretty egregious.
I want to put up one of the poll numbers that Chuck was just talking about. There are all kinds of polls to mark the president's first 100 days in office, which is officially tomorrow. And the CNN poll just out, I just think one number that encapsulates everything is his approval rating among independents, which is at 31%, 67% disapprove. That's low, Maura. To put it in perspective, that's about what his approval rating was in January of 2021 after the insurrection. So this is really, these are bad numbers for independents. Why do you think it's happening?
It's the economy. I think that there's been this declining confidence that he is going to actually do what he promised to do in that regard. And so independents who wanted to vote for him because they wanted a change and they were not impressed with the Democratic Party, which Republicans at large still poll higher on doing something about the economy than Democrats do. But this is a sign that independents are no longer as confident in Donald Trump to address it, since he thus far has not.
To what extent, Chuck, is the economy and his ratings on the economy the anchor dragging everything else down? Because the numbers on everything have been sinking.
Affordability. That's where it's at, and the economy is tied to that. Let's be clear. This is the most unpopular president in the history of all presidents. He likes to be number one. Well, you're number one.
Well, let's just expand this out to six months. All right, by the end of the year, the economy is going to be better. The stock market's going to be up. People are going to have that wealth effect. The tax cuts are going to be passed. All these are positive. And so these numbers are going to be actually like, it'd be a distant memory. It won't even matter. So the thing is that these polls are a little bit fickle because it's all about the worry of what's going on with the whole tariff policy. But I'll tell you, it seems to me in terms of probability that we saw the worst already in terms of the economy, and it's actually going to get better. There's going to be a wealth effect that's going to be generated from this. That's my take on it. I'm very bullish on America, very bullish. Now, there is one caveat, and that caveat is I'm concerned about morality in the country. I've mentioned this multiple times, where it's about God, country, and family. And if you lose affinity to those three pillars, God, country, and family, you start to devolve. You lose morality. And there's big sections of society that are either amoral or immoral. So, that's a headwind to pay attention to. But overall, I am very positive about my country. All right, there's something special about it. All right, maybe it's exceptional, maybe, I don't know. But the thing is there's something special about it. Don't bet against the United States. It means that everyone that bets against the United States always loses. So now past performance is not a guarantee of future performance, but I don't think that in terms of probability that betting against America would pan out well for someone.
You got to take ownership of this, but he's only number one in second place to himself 4 years ago. And I say that not in hyperbole, and that's my big word this morning. I say that because it matters when you look at all of the things that's happened in this administration. Think about what James Carville said in his New York Times. He said, Democrats, if you just sit back, they'll sink their own ship. Well, it looks like he was about right, because Democrats haven't done something big to make these numbers go down. You've just seen him do everything wrong.
Let me get this straight.
When's the last time you
Let me get this straight.
out?
He's doing it wrong because according to what CNN is saying, the implicitness of their broadcast is that Trump's doing things wrong by trying to bring back manufacturing and bringing back economic clustering to the United States to have more of a self-reliance in our economy than to be relying on others. Why is our pharmaceuticals being made in China? That makes zero sense, especially since we just went through the crisis of 2020 and realized that, they make a lot of stuff and we should be making it here, especially in New Jersey. All right. What's wrong with bringing back the economic clustering to build up the vibrant economy in the United States? Instead of being consumers, maybe we should start being producers. It's a different mindset. Do people want to be fat on the couch and watching TV and just consuming the TV dinner and consuming the Netflix, just turning into a couch potato? Or do you want to be vibrant, move forward, produce, and be productive? Don't be a consumer, be a producer. It's a different mindset. And what that means is it's empowering the individual. It's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is under the rubric of being a producer, not a consumer. If you're just going to be a consumer, you're just being a heathen. You're just being hedonistic. All righty. Cash Jordan just published, since I play Cash Jordan all the time on my show, New York City is replacing its middle class on purpose. So let's see what he has to say about this.
Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? With Choose by Hims, you can regain your hair and your confidence. Our Choose are powered by
a lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people don't realize that even like here, especially for guys, what you consume in terms of water and foods that you eat can affect your hair. All right. Now, another part of it is actually certain levels of testosterone. Right. Certain concentrational levels will produce more hair loss. All right. But what is also really important is that if you're not filtering your water, if you're eating processed foods, if you're not getting good blood flow to the hair follicle, these are all indicative of individuals having hair loss, right? So apply it from a holistic standpoint. Like, for example, all right, I've been, relatively lucky with my hair. I'm in my 50s. Many guys, when they're in their 50s, they have hair loss. All right. My brother, who's younger than me, has lost a lot of hair, but he doesn't have this holistic approach and focusing on nutrition and supplementation in antioxidants. See, even with antioxidants we were talking about earlier, that gets into your bloodstream and it gets around your tissues, including your hair follicles. So it's reducing the stress in the hair follicle. All right. So you got to approach it from a holistic point of view instead of getting on these different drugs, pharmacopoeia, trying to produce hair. All right. It's really simple. Proper diet, proper exercise, stay away from processed foods, drink filtered water, really important. All right. And then in terms of hair care, males or for females, it's important to make sure that you have that hair follicle clean and not packed with oils or dirt. So the hair can grow and it's not clogged. All right. So it's really important. This is what I do, and you can follow my advice. So three days of the week, use Denorex. All right. And Denorex, even though it's a dandruff shampoo, is going to help dissolve and help the health of the scalp. It'll help to dissolve the oils and it improves the health of the scalp. All right. You do that about 3 times a week. All right. The other 4 days of the week, use Simfort. And Simfort is a shampoo that's like in a foam form, and it helps to dissolve dirt that can be built up in the hair follicle. And so when you do both of those, what will happen is you're improving the health of the hair follicle, but you're also improving the blood flow to the hair follicle. All right. And then another thing that's really important is make sure that you get good blood flow. All right. Guys, when you get older and you become less active, what's going to happen is that you're actually reducing the blood flow to your head. All right. That's bad for your brain, and that's bad for your scalp. It's also bad for your eyes, and your other sensory, systems like your hearing. But the thing is that good blood flow, that means cardio. That means paying attention to your lipid profile. That's paying attention to your calcium buildup. All right. So these are holistic approaches that if you look at someone that is, that does these things, all right, they are slowing down the aging process. They don't age like the norm that their peer group when they're not doing these things. So that's just a little trick for guys and even for females that are starting to have loss of hair issues. Right? Even females have loss of hair issues sometimes. Especially, it was prevalent even during the 2020 crisis of females losing hair.
Everywhere, we couldn't find anything. So as more and more millionaires move to New York, the middle class here has fewer and fewer options. And as the middle class struggles with simultaneous cost of living and housing crises, it almost looks as if New York is replacing them with a new and growing rich class, who are the only ones that can afford it here. And the worst part about that is nobody running this place seems to care. This study shows that the number of millionaires opting to rent instead of buying property has nearly tripled since 2015.
The number of people making more than $1 million in household income a year who choose to rent instead of buy shot up 171% in just 5 years.
We looked everywhere. We couldn't find anything. I was seeing things on the market for like $4,500. If I wanted to stay even in Bed-Stuy, I mean, this is not Midtown that we're talking about, right? Like, I'm talking about Central Brooklyn.
In 2022, people leaving New York at the fastest rate were making less than $172,000 a year. That's according to a report from the Fiscal Policy Institute. They also found that more than a third of those leaving New York State were moving in search of affordable housing.
It's the wealthy moving into the bigger towns. There's no question, right? So the New Yorks, the Chicagos, the Los Angeles, the San Franciscos. If you make $200,000, $300,000 a household income, you can't afford to live in the city anymore.
Here's the simple truth that is underneath all of these sobering statistics. We simply have not built enough housing.
I'm Steve Ballmer, a data nerd who founded USA Facts
And here's a quick take on a hot.
So millionaires are moving to New York City in droves, and they're renting up all the available apartments. And none of our elected officials seem to have a problem with this, even though most of them got where they are, promising to protect the little guy, who now has to battle $10 milk and other overpriced necessities at the grocery store, only to get crushed by sky-high rents when he walks into his apartment after a long day of work, earning a paycheck that evaporates before the
The solution is simple. We need to build more housing, build it in every...
It's crazy. Housing isn't complicated to fix. And everything we're experiencing today in the New York City housing market that's forcing out the middle class was entirely predictable and preventable. Instead, our goal is to keep things in the city the exact way you see them right now by not pushing to change the law so different stuff can be built in place of the stuff we got now. But even though that would be absolutely lovely, it's never going to happen. And you know why? Because there's this idea out there that if somebody solves a problem and makes money doing it, they've done something wrong. And if you're in a housing crisis and you let people build something taller than 3 stories and they do it and make money, that's offensive to many of the people running for mayor right now, some of whom are on the city council and have never tried to pass anything like that. And one of the excuses we get for that is, well, it's so expensive to build anything here. These developers, if we loosen things up, they're just going to come in and build apartments for rich people. Well, remember, the rich people, they're taking the apartments that everybody else is supposed to live in. But look, this is exactly how you lower rent, through a process called a migration chain, which is what happens when a higher income household moves into a newly built unit. Their previous unit gets re-rented to another household who also moves from another unit, and so on and so forth, creating a chain of moves within the original housing market that eventually extends to even low and moderate income ranges. You need turnover. That's how you get people to move into apartments that they can't afford. You create a whole bunch of apartments and you create a whole bunch of movement, and that is going to bring down prices. If you lock rents in place, everything's going to disappear. Nobody's going to move. If someone does move, that place is going to have even higher rent because it's the only one left. That's what we're seeing today. Or am I wrong about that? Should we freeze rents instead? Is that a good idea? Should we say that landlords can only charge so much? Do we need more socialism? Let me know. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next video.
Hi, I'm Brett. When my kids were young, we had to go out and buy a present for a birthday party. We'd go to the local store right in town, as opposed to going to Target because we want to shop local, support the local shop owner and all that kind of stuff. But if they see their prices rise, what are they going to do? And that's a big part of this U.S. economy.
Yeah, look, the mom and pop shops, the small businesses, to the extent that they still have inventory, they can probably weather the storm. But once the inventory gets depleted and they have to refresh with new things coming from China, whether it's through a supplier or direct, the prices are going to be higher, and they will not be able to pass along these price increases to their consumers, especially, when you think about it, Paul, you and I, right? If you want to support the local shop, you may go buy the toy there. But if you know you can get it cheaper at Amazon or Walmart because they're willing to absorb much of the price increase, you're going to go where it's cheaper, right? That's where the consumer is going to drift.
Now, you mentioned inventory. When are we going to start to see a difference in inventory from, let's say, the Walmarts or the Targets?
Yeah, I think a lot of what they sell is stored here through suppliers and their own distribution networks. So they still have some inventory on hand, but when you get into the peak back to school holiday selling seasons, by no means do we have enough inventory to fulfill demand there. So I think in the next 2 months is my best guess, is when either you'll start have to bring shipments in at higher prices, or you'll have to change what you sell. And Amazon can do that because it does have a marketplace that's very diverse. So, maybe you're selling, yellow erasers, and now you go somewhere else and source pink erasers. It can vary. The other thing you have to look at is just the percent of your mix that's impacted. So when you look at an Amazon.com, we estimate that roughly 22% of their mix is in electronics. And electronics has a lower tariff rate. It's 20% right now, even from China, right? So that's manageable compared to the 145% that they'll be paying from apparel made out of China or coming from China. So it's a little different in, where the price sensitivity will be across the goods that they sell.
Put about 30 seconds left here. Are we going to have any empty shelves as we think about over the next couple of months, do you think?
If we continue into June with 145% tariff, I think so.
Okay, there you go. I mean, retail, you're gonna have to, I don't know. I really worry about the small and mid-sized businesses because I don't think they have much margin to play with in general to be able to absorb anything. And those are the companies that I think could really be at risk. And I think about the politics.
No, what they're going to do is what I did. You buy stuff. You buy more inventory at a lower price point, right? At the wholesale level, and then you pass on those savings to the customer. All right. Make sure you go to my store. You'll notice that a lot of my prices are lower. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get some of the great products that I offer, like the deodorants that I have partnered up with Rainbow Herbals on. We've developed these deodorants. It's dual purpose. Use it as a deodorant for males and females, but it also helps to detoxify your body. You can get the peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or the citrus version. Again, these are deodorants that are made from essential oils from the Himalayas, has no aluminum, no baking soda, all natural, very high quality deodorants that help to detoxify your body. Get a couple bars for your household. Make sure that you use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get healthy. Get the deodorants, use it as a deodorant, but it also helps to detoxify your body. It is made from essential oils from the Himalayas, all natural. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I apologize for the issue that I've been having with Rumble. Rumble's app for live streaming is not that stable, so it disrupted the transmission. I had to reset it. I apologize. And thank you very much for the ones that are listening on X Spaces. Another great product, which is the first pillar of this 4-pillar process that I have, what I call core. That first pillar is Max 35, Max 14, or cleanse to boost up your immune system. So let's talk about that. So you can get the Max 14, which is 14 parts per million, or Max 35, which is 35 parts per million, or cleanse, which is 30 parts per million. So they're at different price points. Take this every day, all right? Take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds, 30 seconds, then swallow. What that's going to do is it's going to improve your oral cavity, your oral pharynx, and help with your immune system. It maintains that mucosal barrier that you need and helps with the epithelial lining, the epithelial lining that's in your mouth and in your oral pharynx. When you have a healthy epithelial lining and a mucosal barrier, then you're improving your immune system. So make sure you take this, the cleanse, which is 30 parts per million, Max 35 or Max 14. All right. Take it every day. All right. Teaspoon a day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or 2 a day until you start feeling better, and then go back to your maintenance dose. But it's important to take it every day. Teaspoon a day. All right. It's the first pillar of the core protocol. The second pillar is C60. The third pillar is turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. And the fourth pillar is Boomer Boost. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 14, the Max 35, or the cleanse. They're at different price points and different ppms, parts per million, to allow you to get these very high quality products into your hands and help support your immune system. Please go to my store, use discount 5, get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you do get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Lot of earnings last week, and we're in the middle of the busiest stretch. Last week was the first part of that, and not only did we hear from a ton of companies across a bunch of different industries and sectors, we got a ton of detail on tariffs, and none of it was the same from company to company.
Lori Calvasino of RBC Capital Markets, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by IBKR. Will U.S. initial jobless claims exceed 260,000 for the week ending May 10th, 2025? The yes was recently at 8%. Trade your prediction with IBKR Forecast Trader at ibkr.com/forecast. Last trading day for this contract is May 14th. Recapping, S&P just turning negative, been that kind of a day, down now, little change, down by 1 point. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pelleton, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller sitting in for Alex Steele. this hour. We appreciate it. We're here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. What are you looking at these days?
I'm looking, so my overriding question to kick off the week is, does earnings overshadow economic data? Because this is the busiest week for earnings, as I'm sure you've been saying all morning long, right? $20 trillion worth of market cap is reporting. But we get some big economic data as well. Tomorrow we get the Conference Board Consumer Confidence. We get a bunch of other stuff on Wednesday and Thursday that I can't remember. And then on Friday, we get the non-farms payrolls number, the granddaddy of all economic statistics. So you would think, like, that's neck and neck, like, which is more important to the market. But my take is that this economic data is so backwards looking. And obviously, non-farm payrolls doesn't give you an outlook, right? Whereas companies will come out and say, man, we don't know what to do. There's so much uncertainty. All I can do is like fire my employees and like close down factories. Like, yeah, all they can do is cut costs. That's their only lever to pull. And I'm waiting to see whether or not they do it.
I know. We'll see how it goes. And we're seeing that in the marketplace today. People aren't really sure what to do with the stock market. Well, let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. We're driven by Bloomberg.
Well, a lot of people need to keep in mind, we've had unemployment at very low levels. All right, below the 5% unemployment, natural unemployment rate. You know, we're been in the low 4s, low 4%, 4.1, 4.2, 4. Right. So until it gets above 5%, you don't really need to worry, because we've been below 5% for so long. So, actually, I think the economy was maybe a little bit too hot. Because the inflation was above 2% and unemployment was below 5%.
That bill, defense outlook has improved after the jet competition that was won by Boeing that President Trump recently announced. And the stock is up 2% year to date, which is not a bad start considering how stocks have suffered this year.
Especially this stock, which is just a giant, old, creaking, practically government-run bureaucracy duopoly. Like, I don't know why people find Boeing and Airbus so exciting. They're just two gigantic government companies that like slowly move pieces around the board, right? We used to own Spirit, then we sold Spirit, now we're buying Spirit. Like, I don't know why we devote so much time to these companies.
I love Boeing because it represents U.S. engineering superiority until they move the corporate headquarters from Seattle to Chicago.
Yeah, because they used to make a great plane like the 747-800, and now what?
I just don't want to.
Now the 737?
That's not a good plane. It's a workhorse. Eli Lilly, what do you got?
I feel so there isn't that much competition. Two big companies makes sense. Eli Lilly shares up as much as 2%. Of course, we're talking about HSBC downgrading the stock to reduce, which is the same equivalent, saying the drug makers' risk-reward is not attractive. We have competition. Of course, we're talking about Ozempic, Wegovy, all those big drugs, and Novo Nordisk is a big competition there. We also have very high valuation. That's something that HSBC is noting. The stock currently has a forward price to earnings ratio of about 40 times. Right. The S&P is 20 times.
They have the one I want, though. They have Zepbound is what I want to get.
Okay, that's your favorite?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't get it.
Yes, you can get it.
Twice I've been not approved by my insurance company. Yeah, I could pay for it myself. $1,000 a month. Yeah, are you going to get Hims and
The
Hers?
stock is at 14%. It's
right,
working.
30 cents
It's
on
working.
Peloton.
Peloton is up. Shares gained as much as 6.5% in earlier trading. We're talking about the upgrades from Truist. It's buy, saying the stock is finally nearing a point where the company's improving fundamentals should support a recovery. The stock is down 24% year to date. The new price target from Truist is $11. This implies a 70% jump.
Nice.
So clearly, very bullish thesis there.
All right, Denitza, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Denitza Sakova, Cross Asset Reporter. For more conversations like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else you get your
Such a great idea.
It is.
That's a product this market needs, and I'm not being sarcastic at all. Like I'm dying for more Stock Movers. But 5 minutes is not enough, you know?
They update it all the time.
I need a little bit more.
They update it a lot. So
Okay.
it's always something new. Let's go up to Canada. That's where David Gura is. We can always follow in his footsteps. He's correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. He's up in Quebec, I believe. I think he's on the banks of the Ottawa River. I guess the Canadians are going to the polls today, and I bet you they're not too happy with the United States. How is that impacting what's going on up there, David?
Well, Paul, it's casting a huge shadow over this election, as you rightly expect. And this election kind of turned on its face about 2 or 3 months ago when President Trump began making comments about trying to subsume Canada, make it the 51st state, and of course ratcheted up his rhetoric on tariffs and the economic relationship between these two countries. And so what that's meant in real tangible terms is the Liberal Party, which was greatly lagging behind the Conservatives late last year, has gained a ton of ground and surpassed Conservatives in the latest public opinion polling. So they're now looking at the prospects of a victory in this election today. Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, who's been on the job now just for a couple of weeks, hoping to keep that job. And so much of what he talks about, to your point, Paul, is about how he, in his estimation, is best positioned to, yes, deal with President Trump, go into those negotiations over trade and tariffs, but also just has a host of experience from the jobs that he's had in the past. They haven't been political jobs. He was the governor of the Bank of Canada during the global financial crisis, governor of the Bank of England during Brexit. He's bringing all of that to bear, and that's the sell that he's making. Now, you look at the Conservative Party. Pierre Poilievre is a bit younger, 45 years old, from Alberta. He is positioning himself as a change agent. He said the Liberals have been in power here for too long. Carney is just an extension of Justin Trudeau's Liberal Party, trying to make the case that what this country needs is somebody different. And he also doubling down on the rhetoric that Canada needs to present a strong front against the United States.
So Mark Carney has been a governor in the past, but he doesn't want to be a governor in the future. How much has President Trump's trade war and rhetoric helped spur the Liberals towards what looks like a certain victory?
It's just been a huge help here. And, Mark Carney, from the beginning of this contest, has said that he's never thought that President Trump was joking when he would talk about that 51st state issue, that those remarks about sovereignty weren't something that he could laugh off or shrug off. He said that he's taken them serious from the very start. And so the people in this country, who many of them were dissatisfied with the way the Liberals have been running the country and the economy, are now looking at him as somebody who's a more stabilizing force here, again, drawing from that experience that he has as a technocrat in Canada for so many years. And so he's hoping that that's going to be a ballast for him. And it's interesting when you look at the demographics of support here, again, presented in those public opinion polls. Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative candidate, does have a lot of support from the western provinces of this country, from younger people. Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, has a lot of support from older Canadians in particular, and those in the eastern part of the country. So it'll be interesting to see sort of how all of this shakes out. But again, the polling has been working in the Liberals' favor here for the last many weeks.
And this really changed, didn't it, David? Prior to President Trump and some of this commentary regarding Canada, the Conservatives were looking to take over. They had a big lead, didn't they?
You're absolutely right. And so, back in the fall, when it looked like Justin Trudeau's political future was very much in doubt, his hold on that power was very tenuous, you looked at polling and Conservatives were up by 20 points, double digits. And the argument that they were making was an economic argument. Again, that this country faces some rather large economic challenges when it comes to affordable housing, for instance, the debt and deficit, to growth, inflation. And again, they were presenting themselves, the Conservatives, as a way of changing course and trying to take those issues more seriously and making the case quite effectively at that point in time that the Liberals hadn't done right by this country. Again, in the last few weeks only, we've seen a dramatic reversal here. And not only were Liberals able to make up that deficit, but they've been able to surpass it as well. So we've seen the Liberal Party running ahead in those public opinion polls here by 7 or 8 percentage points. That's been reduced a little bit in recent days, but still having a lead that, again, a couple of months ago would have just been unfathomable if you looked at those public opinion surveys.
Wow, just amazing. All right, David, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate it. David Garber, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast, joining us remotely from Quebec, Canada, on the banks of the Ottawa River. So right there in the middle of it as they elect a potentially new prime minister today. I want to see how that plays out. Boy, you think about the President Trump and his administration, the one thing you have to admire is how quickly they're moving. And not a minute goes by that there's not news coming out of that administration. That's the subject of a great Bloomberg story today. Nancy Cook joins us here, Bloomberg senior national political correspondent. The title of the story is Welcome to the Thunderdome, inside 100 dizzying days of Trump 2. So, Nancy, what's the gist of your story here? Because, again, like I say, it just seems like if you're in the news business, this is a full-time job covering President Trump and his administration.
Oh, it's a more than full-time job covering President Trump. And thank you so much for having me. The gist of the 100 Days story is really just that they, have done so many things at such a breakneck speed And, they have signed over 100 executive orders. He has really, reshaped the way that the U.S. thinks about trade policy. He's trying to come up with all these different foreign policy deals. There's been a ton of outreach to different CEOs, and he has a lot of new relationships with tech CEOs. And what we reported out is that a lot of the preparation happened actually, as long as 4 years ago when he first lost the 2020 election. Some of his aides, particularly like Stephen Miller, who's a deputy chief of staff in this White House, have been planning things like their immigration move over the past 4 years. And then there was a ton of work done during the presidential transition. So it's not just that they came to Washington January 20th, the inauguration day, and started to move quickly. It's that they really laid the groundwork for months and even years in some cases to think about all the policy moves that they wanted to make.
So, Nancy, I talk to executives all day long on my television show, Bloomberg Open Interest, weekdays from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And they're always saying, when we get to the other side of this, when we start to see more certainty, when we start to see more stability, is that expected? I mean, was the idea this first 100 days we'll do like 20 executive orders a day, and then after, Tuesday, April 28th, then we'll start to build in some stability to this economy?
No, I think that they are going to continue at this breakneck speed. I talked to one senior administration official for the story who argued that there are a lot of torpedoes under the water. That was his phrase, just meaning that there is a lot more to come. And I think that their philosophy, even if it pains business executives, is that they want to continue to move quickly. They want to cut all these trade deals. I would say the next 100 days is going to be very focused on foreign policy. President Trump is going to Saudi Arabia. They are very focused on negotiating with all these individual countries to deal with trade imbalances and come up with new trade agreements. And so, but the pace is going to continue.
Nancy, to what extent is the administration concerned about the declining poll numbers of President Trump, particularly as it relates to his handling of these tariffs and the economic uncertainty?
I don't think that they're very concerned, honestly. President Trump does not have to run for re-election. I think what they are paying attention to is the midterms, which will be in a year and a half. And so I think that they are focused on that, and they want to make sure the economy is in a good place. I do think that all the instability in the stock market around the tariffs did freak them out a little bit, and is something they're aware of. But I don't think that he's not planning to run for re-election. So I think that they're thinking about it differently, and I think that they are also very confident. Some could say maybe blindly so, but they are very confident, and the poll numbers so far are not stressing them out.
I wonder about Doge, because it's been a huge part of this first 100 days, right? And Elon Musk is only allowed to work for the government, I believe, for 130 days. So if January 20th was his first day, tomorrow will be his 100th day working for President Trump. That means, there's only a month left of Musk at Doge. How would you grade them, Nancy? And how much have they cut in costs? Initially wanted to do $2 trillion, then $1 trillion. What is it now?
Well, we didn't get sort of super into Doge in this story. I would say they haven't cut as much as they have said they are. The Doge people are embedded in the agencies, and I think that they are there to stay. Elon Musk, though, is on his way out, and you have to remember it's kind of a tricky dance. I think the Trump people are sort of tired of the political liability that he has brought to the White House. He also has sort of moved quickly and not really always kept them informed.
Right.
And so I think
we're going to
that
have to leave it at that, Nancy, just because of time. So appreciate your reporting. As always, Nancy Cook, Senior National Political Correspondent for Bloomberg News.
Before we go to Times Radio and talking about Putin, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc. This helps to boost up your immune system. Take it every day. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Take one in the morning, take one in the evening, all right? But magnesium also helps with your brain function. You can get magnesium 3 different ways from my store. Getting the magnesium and zinc, getting the vitamin C plus magnesium, or the Boomer Boost. Also has magnesium in it. Magnesium is very important for brain health. Very important. And also magnesium helps to increase the efficacy of D3, vitamin D3. So get the magnesium and zinc, take it every day, helps with your immune system and your brain function. Vitamin C and magnesium helps with your skin, your immune system, and your brain health. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose of this. Take this every day. Make sure you drink filtered water with the magnesium and zinc or the vitamin C. You can stack these together to boost up your immune system and your brain function. Now, another great foundational supplement that you should be doing is taking a probiotic. I have it in veggie cap form or in powdered form. I prefer to take the powdered form because I take it with Gladiator barley, Boomer Boost, collagen, lignans, right? And do that every day. But it's up to you. You can get the powdered version or you can get a veggie cap probiotic. Both are very high quality. Take it every day. It's going to help with your gut biome. With a good gut biome, you're going to reduce inflammation. You're going to help with your immune system. You're going to improve your metabolism. You're going to improve your ability to absorb nutrients. You're going to improve the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. With good gut biome, you're going to be able to sleep better. You're going to be less irritable. You're going to be able to concentrate better. And when you have a good gut biome and that better communication with your liver is going to be able to detoxify your body more and do other functions. Your liver does a lot of things. It helps with detoxification. It helps to produce different types of proteins. It helps to with your metabolism and processing sugars and producing new sugars. So your liver is super important. All right. With a healthy liver, you're going to have a healthier life, right? But having that better communication between your gut and your liver is really important. So please make sure that you get a good probiotic. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotic. Get either in the powdered form or the veggie cap form. Take it every day. Drink it with filtered water. And you're going to notice that your overall health is improving. It's a great foundation to start from, and you build off of that. So use discount 5, you get $5 off. If you spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's go to Times Radio about Putin.
We are not a traditional cafe. We're completely unconventional, and my looks website really has to capture the same magic.
Trump forwarded this peace plan, which was basically amounted to a Ukraine capitulation, i.e. Russia gets Crimea, Russia gets all the territory it seized during the war, and then in return, Trump would lift all the sanctions against Russia since 2014, and that sounded very nice to Putin, so he started pretending he was a bit more amenable, but then there was pushback from Zelensky, there was pushback from European leaders, and now there are more sensible proposals coming up which Putin doesn't like, so he's back to sort of offering just a few days ceasefire here and there so that he can keep Trump on side.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced a temporary ceasefire in the war in Ukraine. It will run from the 8th of May to the 11th of May, the Kremlin said on Telegram. Let's speak to Catherine Belton, investigative reporter for the Washington Post, specializing on Russia. She is the author of Putin's People, How the KGB Took Back Russia and Then Took on the West. Hello, Catherine.
Hi, thanks for having me on.
Well, thank you for joining us. Well, what do you reckon is the timing behind this?
Well, I mean, it looks that Putin is still under pressure from the Trump administration to show willing, at least, that he's ready for a peace agreement, ready for a ceasefire. But the problem is Putin is not, his administration has been making conciliatory noises. There is certainly no sign at all that they want to kind of stop at the current juncture, especially after Europe intervened last week to support Zelensky, saying there could not be full recognition of Crimea as Russian territory, that there have to be robust security guarantees for Ukraine. So Putin doesn't like any of this. He probably didn't like watching Trump and Zelensky kind of head to head at the Vatican over the weekend, where it seems like they finally found some kind of rapport. So he's kind of tossing out another 3-day ceasefire, which, as the UK Foreign Ministry remarked on the previous 1-day ceasefire over Easter, is nothing but a stunt. It doesn't mean anything when it doesn't go on for longer than a day or 2 or 3.
So the aim here is what? To get Donald Trump back on side?
Yeah, I mean, Putin keeps kind of trying to ingratiate himself, trying to show that he's willing, when actually he is not. I think, they might be ready to scale back some of the longer term moorings, which is like full control of Ukraine, or at least only temporarily, because they think, Trump forwarded this peace plan, which was basically amounted to a Ukraine capitulation, i.e. Russia gets Crimea, Russia gets all the territory it seized during the war, and then in return, Trump would lift all the sanctions against Russia since 2014, and that sounded very nice to Putin, so he started pretending he was a bit more amenable. But then there was pushback from Zelensky, there was pushback from European leaders, and now there are more sensible proposals coming up which Putin doesn't like, so he's back to sort of offering just a few days ceasefire here and there, so that he can keep Trump on side and at least feign interest in some kind of negotiations when actually he's not really.
I don't think we've heard anything from Kiev yet, but what do you think the Ukrainians are going to say? How are they going to respond?
Well, I think last time, when Putin suddenly out of nowhere declared this 1-day ceasefire, Zelensky quite rightly said, look, you're just playing with people's lives. This isn't serious. We have offered and backed a 30-day ceasefire, which is much more substantial. And during a 30-day ceasefire, we could actually make some headway on peace negotiations. But Russia refused that, basically hinting that it feared that Ukraine could use that to rearm and reman its troops. And so basically they said no. And so Putin keeps trying to kind of, drag it out, pretend that he's interested in the ceasefire, but actually it's not. And these few days, they are essentially meaningless. But probably Zelensky will say yes, because he also has to show willing. But I think he will also stress that, we have backed a 30-day ceasefire. Where are you, Mr. Putin? And clearly you're not interested in peace.
North Korea has confirmed for the first time that it sent troops to fight for Russia against Ukraine. In a report on the state news agency, Pyongyang's military claimed its soldiers helped Russian forces completely liberate the Kursk border region. And President Putin has thanked Kim Jong-un for his help. Joining me now is Jerome Starkey, defense editor at the Sun. Hello, Jerome.
Hugo, hi.
Thanks for being with us. So look, we've known that there were North Korean fighters in Ukraine for months. They've been captured and killed, and we've seen them sort of postings on social media. Why are they starting to acknowledge them now, do you think?
Well, it's a really good question, and there's clearly an element of geopolitical theatre about this. You're right, we have known they've been there for months. There've been about 12,000 there. They've been fighting intensively in the Kursk region to push the Ukrainians out. This seems to be two things. One is that most Ukrainian forces have now been pushed out of that swathe of Kursk, or that pocket of Kursk patch they captured. That the battle's not totally over. Most suggestions that Ukraine still holds a sliver of land in Kursk, but not much. Certainly nothing like the 1,300 square kilometers. So in one sense, this is Putin trying to say mission accomplished, but he's also signaling to the world, and significantly, of course, to America, that he has this allegiance with Pyongyang and that it's been valuable.
Hey, it's me and you, but from the future.
2 weeks with Pyongyang, and that it's been valuable to him. And it's not just about these soldiers, although that's what the announcement today is about. It's also about a supply of artillery shells and munitions. We know that North Korea supplies at least 3 million artillery shells a year, and heavy weapons as well, a number of heavy weapons, missiles and sort of armored fighting vehicles. So it's really a reminder, I think, to the West, and particularly as these negotiations appear to stall and Donald Trump's tone appears perhaps to have turned slightly less
friendly towards Moscow. Russia signaling that it has this allegiance with Pyongyang.
What's North Korea getting out of this?
It's a really good question. The concerns are what North Korea wants the most is help with its rocket technology, the really sophisticated equipment and scientific know-how that Russia can bring to aid not just North Korea's nuclear ambitions, but also its conventional weapons. And the weapons that it routinely tests, we see Kim Jong-un ordering these missile launches off the North Korean coast to threaten his southern neighbor.
And look, when we first had reports of there being North Koreans fighting in this war, they were reported to be they were poorly trained, they were dying in large numbers, they were cold, they were confused, and so on. Has that changed?
There's certainly all of those problems existed, and many of those problems were to do with coordination. The fact that these two armies hadn't fought together before, the fact that the soldiers spoke different languages and didn't have those standard operating procedures that militaries need when they operate with each other. I mean, even within NATO, which armies that train together all the time, there's inevitably a small amount of friction when soldiers who aren't used to working with each other start working with each other. I haven't seen anything substantial to suggest that those problems went away, although we didn't hear as much reporting of them as the weeks and months went on.
And what's the likelihood, finally, of, if this conflict goes on, if the peace deals there and on the cards all fail, as one must think they at least might, and Russia is draining its own population at a rapid rate, is struggling to generate enough troops. What are the likelihood of Russia being able to draw upon foreign troops from elsewhere? Iranians, dissidents, Syrians, where there are other allies? Are there other allies in the wings?
I haven't seen any suggestions that other countries are willing to commit uniformed soldiers as a state contribution to Russia's war effort. But certainly, ever since this first tranche of North Koreans arrived, there have been persistent reporting both from President Zelensky, Ukrainian security officials, Western security officials, all indicating that they believe there are more North Koreans ready to roll in either as an additional force or as a replacement force. North Korea has also suffered huge numbers of casualties, so they need to backfill those losses, but also those soldiers who have been fighting will become tired and exhausted, and because it's not their war, it's not North Korea facing this threat, they'll likely rotate in and out.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Structural Nano Silver toothpaste. This toothpaste has no fluoride. It will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with your gum line, reduce inflammation at the gum line, and with good oral hygiene, you're helping your vascular system and your valves. You're reducing inflammation at the vascular level and at the valvular level. So it's very important to have good oral hygiene. This has structural nanosilver in the toothpaste. It's a very high quality toothpaste. You can't buy anything better than this. Get a few tubes for your household, help support my work, and help support your health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this very high quality toothpaste. Also, take a look at the multivitamin that I offer. This multivitamin is very easy to digest, and it gives you the base multivitamins that you need daily for proper enzymatic activity. That means your metabolism will perform better, your cellular metabolism will perform better, because you have the coenzymes, you have the cofactors for your enzymes in this multivitamin. A lot of people don't realize that you need vitamins and minerals as cofactors that attach to enzymes to change the conformation of that enzyme so it'll perform better. So it's very important to take this multivitamin. It's easy to digest. Take a look at the label and what's in it. You can build off of this multivitamin with the other supplements that I offer on my store to customize your protocol. This is something that you should be taking every day. And another supplement that's very beneficial for your immune system and for your cardiovascular system is turmeric. Turmeric is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals, but it also brings down pro-inflammatory cytokines. That means it's bringing down inflammation. By bringing down inflammation, chronic inflammation, what's going to happen is your immune system is going to get better. And also, by bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. So you're helping your cardiovascular health. It's a dual purpose product. And if you work out, taking turmeric will also help you to recover from your workout. Or if you have joint pain, all right, chronic joint pain, you can reduce the that inflammatory response in the body by taking higher doses of turmeric. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the turmeric, stack it with the multivitamin. That's a great stack. You're getting the cofactors for your enzymatic activity. You're helping with your immune system and your cardiovascular system with turmeric, and you're bringing down that chronic inflammation and helping to heal your body. Really important. Please go to my store. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, get the turmeric, get the multivitamin, and get the toothpaste. This toothpaste is the best toothpaste that you can buy. All right. Get a few tubes for your household, help support my work, and help support your health. Use the supplements that I use on a daily basis and customize your protocol so you're slowing down the aging process and boosting up your immune system and helping your other systems. Like I just said, by taking certain types of supplements and you're stacking them in a certain way, you're actually improving your cardiovascular health and your immune system. All right. With that said, let's take a look at, let's go to Fox Business, the end of regime conduct.
Joining me now is the Gatestone Institute Senior Fellow and author of Plan Red, China's Project to Destroy America, Gordon Chang. Gordon, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. I know you've got a new op-ed out saying that China has folded in the trade war. Tell us more.
Yeah, the important thing here is that China, without any announcements, is not collecting tariffs on important goods. So, for instance, some semiconductors, aviation products, industrial chemicals, medical devices, some medicines, and also they're going to expand that list because there are lists circulating in China of 131 items that China may not impose tariffs. So this is going to expand. It means that China is made an important concession, but it's not saying it's making a concession, which is a fascinating insight into the Chinese political system right now, which has become both intransigent and inflexible.
Yeah, it's interesting because the president has said now is the time to hit China with these tariffs, given that economy is in a weakened position. How would you assess the Chinese economy right now, and what is the impact of a 145% tariff on Chinese goods coming into the U.S., Gordon?
This is interesting because this dovetails into a conversation I had with Ms. Taiwan. Based on her analysis, she thinks that there's an internal struggle within the CCP where President Xi doesn't have full control. And that those key CCP members are also getting pressure from the oligarchs and the business community that China needs to play ball with the US, where it's going to cause lots of economic disruption. So if they are not, because it's all about trying to save face, if they're not going to charge the tariffs on our goods into China, then it reduces that pressure, at least behind the scenes, for this trade war that's starting to escalate. So they want to de-escalate it. So they're de-escalating it behind the scenes, trying to save face that they're being strong with the people. All right, the average person in China is seeing President Xi as, well, you are supporting the country, you're supporting China. All right. And so there's that optic, but there's also another optic where you have the business community that's going, we're losing sales to the United States because of this trade war, and you need to de-escalate it. So they're in the hopes that behind the scenes they're saving face, and that Trump will start to lower the trade, these trade barriers, these tariffs. And then hopefully that the business community that's putting pressure on the CCP will not have so much economic hardship because of this trade issue with Trump. So there's this dynamic that's playing behind the scenes where President Xi needs to save face to the average person in China that he's being tough against the United States. But he also has the potentiality of being overthrown by the CCP because of the pressure from the business community, because of the loss of sales to the United States. So this is interesting dynamic that's playing out here.
0.4% pace that they reported for Q1. It's probably contracting, as we can see from the price data from both February and March, which signals that China's in a deflationary spiral. We are seeing underlying indicators that point to contraction, including tax receipts that were down 3.5% for the quarter. That's inconsistent with robust growth. And if China is not contracting now, somehow, it will be contracting very soon. So when you talk about 145 general...
It is contracting. It is contracting. They're playing with the numbers, and there's a lot of stress by the business community that this is going to get worse and that President Xi is going to have to negotiate with Trump. Now, what's interesting is why the stock market isn't digesting this kind of insight. So like for right now, the market opened up, but now it's down. The S&P 500 is down 24 points at the moment, and it's hovering at that 5,500 level. And remember what I said for multiple broadcasts here. 5,500 for the S&P 500 is a resistance point, but it's a psychological barrier, and you're going to have people that are setting up shorts where they're going to try to push the market down. The algorithmic traders, there's this psychological barrier of 5,500. All right, and we're starting to kind of see this playing out right here. But in the near future, maybe within a week or two, we probably will see additional concessions that are maybe behind the scenes going on, where China is swerving with the chicken, playing chicken with Trump, all right, and that they're gonna ease up on this tariff tension that's going on. I think Trump needs to stay the course and negotiate deals vigorously with other countries and try to isolate China. I think that's a really important piece of the equation here. Isolate China, where the rest of the international community has developed some sort of an agreement with the United States with trade policy, and therefore the United States can focus with the China issue. Now, the China issue is not just not just fair trade. We've been building up their military for the last 20 years. It's a big problem. And so it's not just tariffs, but also their stance on Taiwan. So there are multiple vector points here that are playing out with the United States relationship with China. Now, I don't think that President Xi is as strong as a leader in China as people think. And I think there's a lot of infighting, and there's a very high potentiality of him somehow being overthrown. Now, is that going to be peaceful or violent? Who knows? There are people that are coming up in the CCP that want his spot. So, if he shows weakness, he probably will be overthrown. So this is the reason why he has to maintain some sort of lovability from his people, even though the core party, the CCP, there are many within it that would like him to leave. They're not happy with what's going on, especially with the financial turmoil that they're in. So just keep that in mind. I feel that, and he's not that intelligent, actually. He only has a high school education. All right. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to really play this multiple dimensional chess that's going on with Trump. But again, historically, when leaders feel like they're cornered, they may lash out. And so it's possible to galvanize support within this country, within the CCP core, and within the general population. President Xi may actually make a move on Taiwan.
5% general tariff on Chinese goods. This really means that many factories aren't going to be selling anything to the U.S., which explains why some factories have already closed and other factories are cutting down their shifts.
Meanwhile, the Philippines is denying reports that China seized control of that disputed reef in the South China Sea, Gordon, and then they unfurled their flag on the island. Now both countries' flags are flying on the reef. China's Coast Guard is accusing the Filipino personnel of illegally boarding the reef, even as both countries claim control over it. So how are they denying it if, in fact, they unfurled the flag? I spoke with National Security Advisor Mike Waltz yesterday, and I asked him about it, and I asked him how the U.S. is going to respond to China.
This is the first time that I've seen this announcement about the reef, all right? But what's important is that whole region, China has this thought that they own that whole seaway, all right? And the United States, in recent history, all right, in the last few years, we have been building up military bases in the Philippines, especially in the north. Very important to be able to support Taiwan if China starts to do a Western invasion of the island of Taiwan, so we can support the southern and the eastern part of the island. There is a mountain range that's cutting through Taiwan. I forgot the name of the mountain range. So China, if they did invade, most likely would secure the western side of that mountain range. The United States has done analysis and simulations where they would protect the southern front and the eastern side of the island, and then eventually slowly cut that invading force off and choke them to death. All right? So the Philippines is extremely important for our strategic advantage in defending Taiwan. This is part of the reason why this piece of news is really important here. All right?
Question, watch this.
But I'm looking at this from a national security standpoint. We have to bring our supply chains home. We saw even cheap items like mask gowns and gloves, if they're made abroad and not made here, become a national security issue. We have to have clean supply chains for our military equipment. That is a key element. Rebuilding our military under Pete Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth, focused on meritocracy and lethality, is a key element. And then, of course, working with our allies, and it's no accident that President Trump had Prime Minister Modi of India, had Prime Minister Shiba of Japan, made calls to the Prime Minister of Australia and South Korea. Yeah, all of those pieces are key elements of our competition with China.
Gordon, your reaction?
This is really important because at a time when China needs friends, because it's not selling goods to the U.S., it is going out of its way to antagonize not just the Philippines, not just Taiwan, but also South Korea and Australia.
And why? Why? Because the United States game theory on this is the Allied forces will be South Korea, Japan, the Philippines, Taiwan, New Zealand, Australia. That's the game plan. All right? So China feels threatened, all right, because of this hegemonic power projection that the United States is doing and aligning itself with these allies, all right? But also China has been hell-bent for decades on trying to bring back in the fold Taiwan. Now, Taiwan happens to make very high-tech chips. Now, their companies are building manufacturing facilities in the United States, but they're not going to move all of that capability. So it's really important to defend Taiwan because some of these chips that are being made are actually in our most advanced weapon systems, in our satellites. And the way we conduct war, if our satellites go down, we can't have the modern warfare that we have. It's all GPSed. And all these smart bomb technologies, it's all based on these satellites. So it's really important that we support Taiwan here, all right? So you see that this tariff war that Trump's doing is important to make good deals that are fair for both parties, for Japan, for South Korea, for Australia, for New Zealand, for the Philippines, maybe even for Vietnam. And by doing that, you're isolating China more. The more we isolate China economically and militarily, the better off we will be when the war does come. And I believe it is a win, not an if.
That China is going, this is end of regime conduct. Because, Xi Jinping, he can't appear to be giving in to the U.S. He has configured the Chinese political system so that it is hostile. And also, because he's been making the claim that China has surpassed the U.S., he can't look dependent on trade with the U.S., and he certainly can't look like he's talking to the U.S. under pressure. So when you have the Chinese lashing out at the Philippines at Sandy Key, as you just showed, this is really very perplexing behavior, and it shows that something is very, very wrong in Beijing right now.
This is the point that Miss Taiwan is saying. All right, she's analyzed this for a long time. She's saying that President Xi has problems within the core of the CCP, and not only that, the economy sucks. So you have business owners that have a lot of power in China, pushing back on President Xi. Now, not that long ago, back in 2016, 2017, 2018, there were stories about very wealthy business owners within China mysteriously disappearing or going to jail or whatever, right? Being prosecuted. Because President Xi was feeling the pressure of these elites in the media, either in music or in film or in business, like Jack Ma, where he felt as though they were too powerful and he had to cut them down to try to consolidate power. And so now you fast forward to 2025, when this was happening, let's say in 2018 or 2017, you fast forward to 2025, these powerful people remember, this elite class remembers what President Xi did, all right? So there is this chipping away at the power of President Xi within the CCP. And then you have a part of the population that is upset economically, and they take it on President Xi. And there's others that are major stalwart supporters of President Xi. So, but he's trying to navigate through this problem, all right? This is why I'm saying that there seems to be taking the information that what Miss Taiwan's saying and taking the information that some of these other think tank gurus on China are saying, we're increasing the probability of President Xi feeling as though he has to go in and hit Taiwan and take it over to consolidate his eroding power in China.
China's Huawei is preparing to test a new and what they claim to be more powerful AI processing chip. They are hoping it's going to surpass NVIDIA and the H100 chip. Gordon, what do you think?
Well, this is Send 910D, which is you're referring to. And, they're going to roll it out in May for testing. And they say it's more powerful than NVIDIA's H100. But let's remember, the H100, it was released 2 years ago. So, yes, they're making progress. But let's not be terribly weak in the kneed about this, because China is still behind the U.S. And the U.S. has not really imposed sanctions meaningfully. Yes, we have sanctions, but we've rolled them out in a way so that China can get around them. We don't enforce them with the vigor that is absolutely necessary. And our sanctions are not as comprehensive as they should be. So let's get serious about sanctions. And I think we'll put even more distance between us and China in the near future.
All right, Gordon, we'll be watching your work, certainly. You've been spot on all of this for so long. We so appreciate your time and knowledge. Thank you, sir. Good.
When it comes to China and, in Taiwan, I'll tell you, the analysis from Miss Taiwan is spot on. Please help support my work by getting the great supplements that I offer, and it's a dual win. You help support the free coverage that I do. You learn on how to improve your health and how to navigate through finances and maybe my take on what's going on internationally. And you're getting healthy too at the same time. It's a win-win situation. So please help to support my work by getting the supplements. Get D3, vitamin D3, very important. Why? Helps to absorb calcium. It's also a gene expression cofactor for your cells, so it's really important to take every day. Most people don't have enough vitamin D3. And also it helps to get cells to go into apoptosis. So when your body needs to get rid of cells, D3 helps to do that, especially if they're infected. So that's the reason why you want to take vitamin D3 during 20, remember 2020? Remember that? Remember that whole era? I remember it well. So really important to take, all right? It works better. It has higher efficacy when you have magnesium in your diet. A great way to get magnesium in your diet is to take the 3 different types of supplements that I have. I have the vitamin C magnesium, I have the magnesium and zinc, and you can also take the Boomer Boost. All 3 of those have magnesium. But taking magnesium increases the efficacy of D3. Now, D3 also can help with bone health and cardiovascular health. Now let's talk about K2, vitamin K2 MK7. It also helps with absorbing calcium, and it will help with the cardiovascular and your bone health. You stack them together. You stack the D3 and the K2, vitamin K2 MK7 together, all right? And by doing that, and you're doing resistance training and taking in calcium, either through a supplement or drinking milk. I drink milk. And doing that resistance training, you are going to help with your bone density. Really important to do resistance training and taking the D3 and the K2 together with calcium. And you'll also improve your absorption of calcium if you take magnesium. So take these together to build up that bone density. But this will also help with your cardiovascular health. How? By taking D3 and K2, you're reducing the chances of calcium depositing around your plaque that's in your vascular system. And over time, you can slowly pull some of that calcium out around that plaque formation. All right? So it's really important to take the D3 and the K2 every day. do the resistance training and the cardio, really important. And another key, especially if you hit age 50, make sure that you do a calcium screening. All right. What basically that is it's a scan of your heart, and it maps out to see if you have any calcium deposits. You want that, and you want to watch that number. I have 0. All right. I had it done when I was age 50. So at that time I had 0. So I don't know yet, but you should have that done. And every 5 years, you should have another one. All right. And that way you're tracking to see how the calcium is building up, if it's building up. To reduce that number, you want it 0. Ideally, it's at 0. I have 0. All right. But that's through diet, exercise, and proper supplementation. All right. Very important. Cardiovascular, maintain a good lipid profile, maintain a good total cholesterol, and take the proper supplementation to make sure that you're not getting that depositing of calcium. Right. And you can pull some of that out, and you're reducing the chances of other calcium depositing by taking the vitamin K2 and the D3. Right. But remember, D3 works better when you take it with magnesium in your diet. Now, another great supplement that I have is nattokinase. Nattokinase will help to break up clots because it's fibrinolytic, but also nattokinase will help with that lipid profile that I was talking about. By improving your lipid profile, you're reducing plaque formation. You want to bring down your LDL levels and increase your HDL levels, so you have a good total cholesterol lipid profile. But nattokinase will help with that. All right. You stack nattokinase with the K2 and the D3, and that's a powerful stack for your cardiovascular health. And then you get a dual benefit. If you do resistance training and you're taking in calcium, guess what? You're also improving your bone density too. Now, nattokinase does not help with bone density. It helps with the cardiovascular. But the point here is that by taking the D3, the K2, and the nattokinase, you're targeting you're targeting 2 systems. You're targeting your bone system and your vascular system. So use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, help support my work, and better yet, support your health by following my advice and stacking these supplements the way I'm telling you to stack them. This is what I do. And guess what? I don't look like I'm in my 50s. All right. I would like to say that I look like I'm in my 30s, but I'm definitely not I definitely do not look like I'm in my 50s. So please follow my lead. I know what I'm talking about on this. I do what I say. All right. A lot of people just say something, but they don't do it. They'll go to, they'll go and, say they're a health nut, they're really healthy, and then they're constantly at McDonald's eating, a Big Mac. Just follow my lead, and you're going to get healthy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. Balance of Power is going to be coming up pretty soon here on Bloomberg. The conclave to elect new pope is set for May 7th. And let's just do a market update. The S&P 500 is trading at 5,483. So we're below that psychological barrier of 5,500 right now. Right. So right now the S&P 500 is almost 41 points down. VIX is starting to elevate. It's back up to 26.17. Euro USD is trading at 1.13. Oil is trading at 61.86, so it's trading lower. BITO is trading at 20.37, so Bitcoin's going down. And USD, Japanese yen, is trading at 142.6. And again, stress in the financial markets, if the Japanese yen goes below 140, guess what? That's risk. That's going to translate into probably lower equities, all right? But it's highly dependent on what is going on with the tariffs. Trump literally can say something and he can have the market rally 150 points on the S&P 500 by just opening up its mouth. Or he can have it tank 150 points or more. It just depends, right? So just keep that in mind. All right. I don't know what's going on here. Trump issues warning after Colorado nightclub raid. Let's go to Fox News.
And judges don't want to send them back to where they came from if we don't win this battle at the Supreme Court. Our country as we know it is.
And federal authorities team up to make hundreds of migrant arrests in Florida. Operation Tidal Wave leading to the capture of nearly 800 illegal migrants in the span of just 4 days. Florida law enforcement working hand in hand with ICE to get the job done. And Governor Ron DeSantis praising the joint endeavor on X, saying Florida is leading the nation in active cooperation with the Trump administration for immigration enforcement and deportation operations.
This is something else, and this video goes on and on. This is 3 a.m. Sunday morning, Colorado Springs. In the end, there were about 300 people inside, about 100 said to be illegal arrested. Over the weekend, massive multi-agency raid at this underground nightclub. Rob Murphy is the principal deputy administrator of the DEA, which led the operation. Rob, good morning to you. Nothing good happens at 3 a.m. I want to read you the president's post on X, and I want you to tell us everything we need to know. Here we go. Big raid last night. Some of the worst people illegally in our country, drug dealers, murderers, other violent criminals of all shapes and sizes. And judges don't want to send them back to where they came from if we don't win this battle at the Supreme Court. Our country as we know it is finished. It will be a crime-ridden mess. Make America great again, end quote. Rob, take me to Colorado Springs. What happened? Why the raid? How was it carried out? What was the net result?
Good morning, Bill, and thank you. Yes, 3 o'clock Sunday morning, this club was well known to law enforcement. We had numerous complaints over the last 2 years, violence, everything, drug trafficking. We knew what was going on there. We expected to find mostly illegal aliens inside the club. So there was a planned investigation for over a month. DEA did surveillance, controlled buys, everything else to develop what we needed. We knew that there was going to be armed personnel inside, security personnel who were actually active duty military. So in the planning of this, we have a pretty dangerous operation. We expected anywhere from 200 to 300 people in that club. There was over 200. We showed up pretty strong, all of our law enforcement partners, DEA, every federal agency, a lot of state and locals, and we made sure that we were able to contain safely everybody in there. You know, not everybody was in there doing illegal things, but the majority were. It resulted in about 115 illegal aliens that we've identified so far. And there were 17 active duty military, some of which were working at the club as armed security.
Rob, this could have gone sideways. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, dark of night. Your men and women show up armed, and you don't know what's inside. How many members of TDA were arrested, or other gang members that were illegal?
We're still working on the exact numbers. I know we've identified at least one Sinaloa cartel member. There were definitely MS-13 and TDA members. We're still working on the exact numbers. You're absolutely right, though, Bill. This was a potentially very dangerous operation. When we went in, somebody unknown to us sprayed bear spray, trying to prevent or hinder us from doing our operation. As you can see in the video, people ran in every direction, especially the people that are in there illegally, had nothing to lose. They were going to try to do everything they can to get out of there. We knew that there was armed, active duty military in there providing security. That gave a level of caution, and that's why we showed up with the president. We had over 300 law enforcement personnel, all working towards making this community safe. And from an tactical operational standpoint, it could not have gone any better.
Wow, how'd you keep it quiet? I wonder, because sometimes the word gets out and things leak. Let me read what Derek Mull said. I have a DEA administrator. He said, Colorado's ground zero is some of the most violent criminals in America. The command and control for TDA and the entire United States of America is right here in Colorado.
Why Colorado? How do you answer that?
You know, I don't know. I can't answer that. I mean, listen, they're all over the country, and it's ground zero where you live if you've gotten there. So our job in law enforcement, we've been tasked of getting these people out of the country. We have enough homegrown criminals. We don't need to import any. And we, since January 28th, law enforcement is working day in and day out to get all especially the illegal criminal out of the country. It makes it easier for us, thin the herd, and we can get back to doing, making the community safer and working about the ones that are here legally.
Seems to me that the Douglas County Sheriff, Darren Weekly, cooperated in a significant way.
He did.
And is that right?
He did, and he was very vocal about it. Yeah, he did, and he was very vocal about it.
So thanks for coming on, Rob Murphy. I guess there's more to come. And when there is, let's hope it goes.
Yeah, this is not over. We're still, we agree with it. We agree on that. And again, men and women are doing everything they can to get these communities safer.
Something else. Rob Murphy, thanks for coming on. More to come. We'll see when it happens and see how it goes. Thank you, sir.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver gel. Structural nano silver gel, you can get it in two different ways, in the tube form or in the quick dispenser form. Make sure you have some at work and some at home. You never know when you need it. It's a dual purpose product, all right? You can use it as a daily skincare. You can use it as an aftershave. It'll help to soothe your skin and reduce that razor burn. If you're not feeling well or you're around people that are not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils, and they'll stay active for 5.5 hours. If you're by an area where there's fires, like in California or in the states surrounding California, or even recently we had a fire in New Jersey that was affecting New York City, by putting some of the structural nano silver gel in your nostrils, you're helping to be able to capture some of those particulates, and you'll be able to breathe better, especially at night. Now, if you are not feeling well and you have a lot of drainage, nasal drainage, putting the structural nano silver gel in your nostrils will help to dry that up and slow down that drainage. And actually, a lot of people that have that stuffiness and that drainage, you have a soreness in your nose, the structural nano silver gel will help with that soreness and kind of alleviate some of that inflammation. So it's a dual purpose product. It's very high quality, right? You should have some of this available at work, at home. You never know when you need it. If you have a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn, put it on that lesion. It'll help to heal it quicker. So please go to my store, get the structural nano silver gel, either in the tube form or in the dispenser, or both. It's up to you. But both are very high quality. Use them the same way. Dual purpose. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's go to balance of power now.
Administration, Congress may exert a little bit more authority. Plus, you also see a series of polls that came out of the past couple of days that show really, really bad news for Trump on his handling of the economy. There's an NBC poll, only 39% of people approve on his handling of the economy. Another poll showing 39% approval on the tariff plan specifically. So these are broadly unpopular stats for what was supposed to be Trump's signature issue of lowering prices and making people feel better about the economic outlook.
As usual, you put your finger right on it. We're going to be talking with Cliff Young from Ipsos a little bit later on this hour, with numbers suggesting exactly what you're saying, and specifically on immigration. To find this president underwater on the issue that really, you could argue, carried him into the White House, and one that has gone better than maybe most of his goals in the first 100 days, tells us what about the political reality of this administration?
It really shows, there's a new poll out also from the New York Times this morning showing that Trump has gone too far on, that people wanted to see, a more secure border. They wanted to see, really a clampdown on illegal immigration. But hearing stories of American citizens being deported, American green card holders being deported, some of the sights and sounds from the prison down in El Salvador and just the brutal conditions. Also realizing too that people that they know and are in their community are being affected is really starting to give people cause of maybe that the administration is doing too much too quickly without a regard for sort of the immigration laws and processes that are in place.
Yeah. Taking a look at the guidance, the schedule from the White House today, the president's having lunch with J.D. Vance, and then will later speak with the Speaker of the House. They're coming back, and I know as a creature of Capitol Hill in a former life, this is always a fun time for you. What are we in for in a meeting like this, walking into actual markups of this legislation? This is, of course, the reconciliation package that includes the Trump tax cuts and a lot of other big initiatives that he'll be judged on once again.
So what you're seeing right here is Congress and the White House sort of trying to build the tax cut plane as they're trying to fly it. So they are starting to roll out pieces of this reconciliation bill. Largely, these are sort of smaller pieces, the less controversial. What they have not decided in is what is in the tax portion. That'll go to the Ways and Means Committee to get marked up, as well as what are the healthcare spending cuts that they're going to pursue. There's a big division, particularly between the House and Senate, of it. Do they cut Medicaid? If so, how much? All of that has to be decided, and that's what we'll see play out in a series of meetings. Trump and House Speaker Johnson are scheduled to meet around 2 o'clock today, and then later in the afternoon, Bessent and Kevin Hassett will go to the Capitol Hill to meet with congressional leaders. They have to make a bunch of tough decisions that are not going to be easy with the majorities they have, and they want to do it in the next 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah, right. I know you were a tax reporter at one point. You have a green visor stashed away somewhere. Tell us what's real, because we're hearing about extending or making permanent the Trump tax cuts. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. SALT is in there somewhere. We're also hearing from this White House that you can't touch Medicaid. So is this all a massive multi-trillion-dollar deficit spending plan in the end? How do they pay for it?
Yeah, basically this will be add a lot to the deficit. They're doing some budget accounting gimmicks that will essentially mean that the extension of the Trump first-term tax cuts won't be registered.
This is the baseline.
That's the baseline thing, but that'll still add, in real terms, about $4 trillion to the deficit over the course of the decade.
How do those two coexist, by the way? What's the rule that we're using?
Budget accounting is fake, funny math, but that's sort of the real economic cost. So what to look for here? There's sort of a handful of things that will be in it. One, this extension of the first term cuts. That's the vast majority of the tax cut package, which is important to remember because CEOs, Republicans on the Hill are pointing to, this is going to be a big new tax cut that will really boost the economy. Most of what it'll be is just extending what people already have.
Yes.
Then there'll be a couple little things thrown in, and that SALT was as a high priority item, no tax on tips is a high priority item. Maybe they fit a couple more of those things of deductibility for car loans, no tax on overtime, but they're not going to be able to do a whole lot more there. It's going to be a little bit to juice the economy, but it's not going to have a big sweeping effect.
Debt limit is its own issue and may in fact be folded into this. But we're going to get an X date potentially this week, right? Or an updated X date. How is that going to impact the conversation around tax cuts and the rest of it? Will this all be, as the president says, one big beautiful bill? Do they have to get to the debt ceiling on its own?
It really will depend what Treasury says either later this week or next week. They've signaled they'll come out with the X date, and their estimate is the one that matters. Yeah. We have other groups, CBO and others weighing in, but this Treasury date will tell us, do they have until August or September, as previous estimates have indicated, or do they only have until June or July? If it's the latter, if it's earlier than people are thinking, they may have to separate the debt ceiling from the tax. Yes, and then they're going to have to negotiate with Democrats on the debt ceiling, which makes it even more complicated. It will delay the tax piece. So Republicans are really, really hoping that this date is somewhere in August or September. That way they can get the tax package done, move the debt ceiling with it, and then go home for their August recess.
Ward Davison always tees up the next question. It's a remarkable talent that you have, because I wanted to ask you if Democrats are going to play along. Where's Hakeem Jeffries on the debt limit?
If they
got to get something for this.
If Democrats are able to get in here, this will give them incredible leverage. This is sort of the one leverage point that they'll have.
So they want an early exit.
They would love it because in the House they could still probably pass this. They may, depending on how the Freedom Caucus is playing along, they may need Democratic votes in the House, but certainly in the Senate they'll probably need 10 to 15 Democrats to come on to vote for this. So this is where Democrats are starting to scheme of what can you ask for that is a big enough win, but not too big that it blows up the entire negotiation.
Sure,
so that's the conversation that Jeffries and Schumer and everyone are having right now.
Fascinating conversation as always. We cover the waterfront with Laura Davison, our politics editor. That's why she's running things here in the newsroom. Great to see you. You survived the weekend. We'll do it again in another year. And Joe,
tax cuts are going to be super important as an accelerant for a higher stock market. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nanosilver lozenges and drops. Really important. We're going into the allergy season. And like I said, if you're around, places that have wildfires, it's important to neutralize that irritant. When you have something that's irritating your throat, you're causing inflammation. And when you're causing that inflammation and disruption in that epithelial lining, it weakens your immune system. You don't want that. You want to mitigate it right away. Same problem with allergies. So mitigate it right away. How? By taking structural nanosilver lozenges and drops. All right, you increase those secretions and maintain that mucosal barrier. Get the elderberry zinc lozenges. You get it in a 21 count per bag. Very high quality. Get a few bags for your household. Have some at work too. You never know when you need it. Or you can get the drops. The drops are a little bit smaller. You get 100 in each bag. You can get it in cherry flavor, in blueberry, and also in honey and lemon. Get a few bags for your household, have some at work, and the moment that you have that irritation, or you're not feeling well, or you're in an environment where the air quality is bad, use these regularly, really important, and maintain that mucosal barrier and the health of the epithelial lining, especially in your oropharynx. And that way you're helping your immune system. Please listen to me, all right? I know what I'm talking about with this stuff. Be prepared, all right? Go to my store, get the lozenges and drops, have a few bags available for your household or at work. You never know when you need it. It's better to be prepared than not. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order, and if you purchase $150 or more on my store, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, what I want to do is take a look at Putin announces 3-day ceasefire in Ukraine, from May 8th.
Breaking news this morning, Russian President Vladimir Putin announcing a 3-day ceasefire with Ukraine and calling on Kyiv to do the same. It comes just days after President Trump met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on the sidelines of Pope Francis's funeral. After that meeting, President Trump got on Truth Social and said there was no reason for Putin to be shooting missiles into civilian areas, cities, and towns, which is what they have been doing throughout the war. CNN's Matthew Chance joins us now from London. Matthew, do we have any sense here of whether the Ukrainian president is aware of this, and if he's saying anything about Russia's call for a ceasefire that we know they have broken in the past?
Now, what's interesting is she sounds like she has a problem with her throat. Maybe she should have taken my structural nanosilver lozenges and drops. It's a shame she didn't.
Yeah, Sarah, I'm sure that Vladimir Zelensky follows the news like the rest of us and is aware that this latest unilateral ceasefire by the Kremlin has been announced. But you're right, it comes on the tail of more expressions by President Trump of his frustration with his efforts to try and bring a peace with the in the Ukraine war with Russia. And this is a 3-day ceasefire, a 3-day truce that's taken place from the 7th through the 9th of May over the period, in other words, when Russia, as Europe marks the end of the Second World War. Victory Day in Russia is May the 9th. There's usually a big traditional military parade on Red Square on that day. So it's over that period that this ceasefire has been announced unilaterally by the Russians. But a couple of things. First of all, it stops well short of the 30 days ceasefire that President Trump has insisted on as a first step in this peace process, and by the way, which Ukraine has already agreed to. And secondly, it was only 9 days ago or so that Russia called another truce, an Easter truce over the Easter period, which was violated, according to the Ukrainians, on thousands of occasions. And so, look, it's not exactly clear that this latest unilateral ceasefire declared by the Kremlin is necessarily the beginning of the end of the Ukraine war.
All right, Matthew Chance, thank you so much for your reporting on this morning for us. Kate?
Joining us right now is Democratic Congressman Adam Smith from Washington State. Of course, he's the top Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee. It's good to see you, Congressman. Thank you for coming in. What is your reaction to this unilateral ceasefire as we're now learning about it?
At this point, there's no reason to believe it. As your reporter just pointed out, the same thing was said over the Easter period, and there was no effort whatsoever by Russia to adhere to it. So it's likely just a PR campaign, but we'll see. We'll see whether or not he holds to that. But it will real big message here is it seems like President Trump is finally realizing what everybody else in the world knew for years, and that is that Putin is going to push this war as hard as he can unless you stop him. And it has really hurt the process to get to peace that President Trump has put all the pressure on Zelensky. He sent a very clear message to President Putin from the start of Trump's administration that if Putin just holds out, eventually President Trump will abandon Ukraine. And that incentivized Putin to keep going forward instead of putting the pressure on Putin to force him to the peace table. Now, maybe, belatedly, President Trump has figured this out, but it's just a shocking amount of ignorance from this administration that has extended the war and placed Ukraine in greater jeopardy.
I was going to ask you what you're hearing from your sources and contacts with European allies, with that image of the president's knee-to-knee in St. Peter's Basilica for the Pope's funeral, the way Trump is now talking about it, coming out of it, and when he landed back in the States on Sunday, do you truly think there is a shift now from the president in his perspective in terms of a better chance that this ends well for Ukraine?
I doubt it, but I think the way I would characterize the way Europeans and others who strongly support Ukraine have reacted to this, it's a tiny sliver of hope in what has been a dark few months from this administration. And actually, Vice President Vance has been the worst on this. He has sent the signal over and over again that we're not going to continue to support Ukraine. So I think what you saw and what you've probably heard now from Europeans and others who support Ukraine is just that tiny sliver of hope that maybe at some point President Trump is finally going to get what's going on and react accordingly, but it's early. And we'll see. We'll see if the ceasefire holds. We'll see if President Trump's administration actually is willing to put pressure on Putin to force him to the peace table. It's a sliver of hope, but there's still a lot that we have to learn about where it goes from here.
Let's stay on this with former United States Ambassador to Ukraine, William Taylor. It's good to have you, William. Thank you for joining us, Ambassador. First, I want to get your reaction to this announcement by the Russian president, this 3-day ceasefire. Your initial thoughts?
My thoughts, Becky, are the same thoughts that others have had, which are that the Russians don't adhere to ceasefires. They keep fighting. They keep shelling. They keep attacking Ukrainian cities. This is likely no different. And we know that President Trump and President Zelensky have offered President Putin a ceasefire, comprehensive ceasefire, air, land, and sea, for 30 days. And President Trump made that offer to President Putin, and President Putin said no. So you got to be a little skeptical of this ceasefire on the part of President Putin today.
Okay.
You chose nursing because you wanted to help others. Now you're choosing an MSN or DMP because you want to help yourself too. Post University offers accredited graduate programs in nursing.
Okay. So why this announcement very specifically now? The world saw the image of President Trump, of course, sitting with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky before the Pope's funeral this weekend. That was splashed across social media. Any sense that this may have motivated Putin to take this action now?
I think so. I think there are probably two things. One, he does have this May 9th Victory Day coming up. But the second thing is exactly what you said. President Zelensky and President Trump had a very good, short, but a very good conversation in the Vatican directly for the first time, really, with no filters, with no aides, with no one else there. They had a direct conversation, and it sounds like, from both sides' report, it was a very good one. And coming out of that conversation, as you reported, President Trump is increasingly irritated with President Putin, who keeps attacking Ukrainian cities and who keeps being the obstacle, who continues to obstruct any movement toward a real ceasefire, which President Trump is trying to get for. So I think there is that response from President Putin. He realizes that he is starting to be on the losing side.
Just getting the Ukrainian response, Ambassador. This is it. Quote, the ceasefire must be unconditional because everything else is just Putin's tactical games, when it is conditional to a degree, or to the degree that it is just 3 days. And as you rightly point out, the Russians have been offered a 30-day ceasefire, and that has been an offer that's been on the table now for some time. So I guess that begs the question, what is Russia hoping to get out of this ceasefire?
I think they would like to get out of the ceasefire some ability to have their celebration in Moscow. The celebration in Moscow is on Victory Day. And clearly the Russians are not looking at victory at this point. Clearly the Russians have not accomplished anywhere near what they had hoped to accomplish in Ukraine when they invaded first in 2014, but then again, of course, in 2022. So they are looking at a non-victory day. They're looking, if they are still fighting it on May 9th, this is not a victory. And this will be evident to the Russian people that they have not accomplished that victory.
On the point of claiming some sort of victory, would you expect President Trump to likely claim such for himself? How do you think, or how are you hearing at this point, that this offer from President Putin is playing out in Washington?
With skepticism. Again, the Americans, the United States administration, has a proposal, which, by the way, Becky, they may be modified. They may be making some changes to this proposal that we've seen last week, based on input that they've gotten from the Ukrainians and from Europeans in London last week. There's some good suggestions that came, and there may be a change, again, based on a growing frustration with the Russians. There may be a change in that proposal. So that's the proposal that they would like to move forward on. This would give President Trump, if he can pull off an agreement that is satisfactory to the Ukrainians and to the Europeans, if he can push Putin to that kind of a solution, that kind of an agreement, that would be a victory for President Trump.
Okay, well, we are not there by any stretch at this point, at least not from the Kremlin's perspective.
I don't know, that her interviewing him, the general, or the whatever it was, I don't know, it was a little, she seemed unprepared. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. The Goodnight Formula is going to help you sleep regularly. It's important to take every day. And with good, proper sleep, you're going to be able to detoxify your body. You're going to be able to consolidate memory. And you're going to be well rested. You're going to have more energy. Now, why is that important? All right. If you are chronically sleep deprived and you're not going into 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep, you're not consolidating memory. You're losing memory cells. All right. And not only that, you're building up toxins in your central nervous system that will lead over time to cognitive decline. Now, chronic sleep deprivation can lead to early onset of dementia. So you don't want to, and not only that, it will speed up the aging process. So you want to have proper sleep, very important. So please go to my store, get the Goodnight Formula, take it every day, and get into those 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep to detoxify your central nervous system, to be well rested in the morning, and to consolidate memory. Now, Myotrol is also a great supplement to take, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. Why? When we get older, we have a harder time to build muscle and to maintain muscle mass for males and females. Myotrol will help to build muscle and to maintain muscle and to maintain the health of the mitochondria, and you need lots of energy to maintain muscle. When you get older, you start to decline in activity, your genes express differently. It's called methylation. There's a different methylation pattern that takes place when you get older. And some of the genes that are silenced or less expressed are genes that help to build muscle. So when you get older, this is part of the reason why you atrophy. But if you have energy and you're moving around, you're maintaining muscle and you're gaining muscle. But also, if you do a anti-aging protocol, you're slowing down the methylation process that happens, all right? Especially at key points in your life. So take Myotrol. It has flavonoids, lignans, and polyphenols that will help with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. Take it every day and do weight training. Very important. Now, this stacks well with gladiator barley. Gladiator barley is a high-density protein to help with strength. And also, take Myotrol if you're an athlete. If you are younger or older, you would benefit from Myotrol, because what will happen is it'll allow you to build that strength and that endurance for your sport. And because of the lignans in this, it will help to bring down that inflammation and you recover quicker. So please take the Myotrol. If you're 40 years of age or older, or if you're an athlete, younger or older, Myotrol you would benefit from. It stacks really well with gladiator barley. Please go to my store and get the Myotrol. So, good night formula, help with your memory and to be well rested and detoxify your central nervous system. Myotrol to build muscle. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, get $5 off. Spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's see here. Trump optimistic about possible nuclear deal with Iran.
U.S. and Iranian officials concluded their third round of nuclear talks. They've agreed to meet again next Saturday. President Trump seems optimistic. Roll tape.
On the Iran situation, I think we're doing very well. I think the deal's going to be made there. That's going to happen. Pretty sure it's going to happen. We'll have something without having to start dropping bombs all over the place.
Hold on a second, Christian. We hear that our Americans are now okay with Iran keeping a nuclear program so long as it is a civilian nuclear program and they can't upgrade the uranium to bomb status. That sounds like a compromise to me.
It is a compromise, and this is progressing. You know, Trump has said that he wants Iran to be prosperous. They can't just have a bomb. That's a change from previous U.S. policy, which has said Iran has to curtail all of its nefarious activities, like funding Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. Trump is seen as more hawkish on this than his negotiator, Witkoff. They just announced some technical negotiators led by Michael Anton at the State Department to start talking about that nuclear program. The problem is with the uranium project, we're talking uranium and not plutonium, and the distinction is with uranium you just have to keep going up in enrichment to get to a weapons grade quality. So if Iran retains the ability to enrich uranium, this looks a lot like the Obama 2015 deal, but there will hopefully be some other things that contain the regime.
Got it. Christian Whiteman, thanks for your expertise. We appreciate it.
If Trump lets them off the hook with their nuclear program, it will be very detrimental to our strategy in the Middle East. Look at the problem that's happening with India and Pakistan. All right? In the threat of nuclear exchange between them. And that's a relatively stable situation, even though recently there's been some surge of violence between the two countries. But under a theocratic regime of Iran and the problems between the Sunnis and the Shias and Iran and Israel, you really think that Iran having a nuclear weapon will make it more stable in the Middle East or less stable? This is a big mistake. Iran's nuclear program, even civilian, needs to be destroyed. They cannot under a theocratic regime, they cannot have nuclear weapons because they are totally unstable. Totally unstable. Now, it would be different if the Ayatollah was forced to step down or was killed off, and that a true democracy flourished in Iran. That's a totally different story, because the Iranian people are actually pretty good people. It's the theocratic regime that is worrisome for stability in that region and worldwide. So they can't have a nuclear program under a theocratic regime, or it's going to lead to a nuclear weapon and a nuclear detonation. Stupid. Another stupid mistake that Trump did. Talks tough and then backs off. This is sometimes I voted for Trump all 3 times. All right. I want him to succeed. I'm not a never Trumper. I don't drink the Kool-Aid of Trump either. All right. I'm realistic. And I feel as though when it comes to Iran, if he doesn't stop the nuclear progression under the theocratic regime of Iran, he has failed. And if he keeps on, it's almost like amateur hour sometimes. Get the job done. Don't make the same mistakes as other presidents, because we will never in our lifetime have another president like Trump. So if he can't get this thing done right, then we are definitely going to have a problem in our lifetime with another president, and there's going to be a nuclear detonation. And it's because we failed. We failed, and we kicked the can down the road. Stupid. Absolutely fucking stupid. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Boomer Boost. This has 68 nutrients. This targets multiple systems. It targets your heart, your vascular system, improves it. It helps with your brain function, helps with building muscle and strength, boosts up your energy levels and your metabolism. You will lose weight by taking Boomer Boost. You can take a look at the extensive nutrient profile on the screen here, and you can also read the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I take this every day. I take it for my lunch. So you should take it for your breakfast or for your lunch, not both. Breakfast or lunch. You get a big scooper, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, a smoothie, however you want to take it, all right? But take it every day, take it once a day. If you work out, you can take it for your pre or your post-workout fuel source, all right? So if I was still doing triathlons, I would have taken this as a fuel source, right? It's probably after my workout. So, but it wasn't available when I was doing triathlons. But the thing is that this is great stuff. Now, you're going to notice the benefits of taking this within 72 hours. You're going to have more energy, and it's going to be a steady burn of energy throughout the whole day, no spiking. You're going to be well rested. You're going to be able to concentrate, so that brain fog will go away. You'll be able to have more vitality throughout the day. And you'll also notice that you're getting strength gains when you're working out. Now remember, all 4 modalities are important. Weight training, cardio, stretching, and balancing exercises, all very important. So please go to my store and get the Boomer Boost, and you'll lose weight. And you're going to help control your blood glucose levels. Very important, right? But you can also take it separately or with Gladiator Barley. Now, what is Gladiator Barley or the heirloom barley? There's 2 types that I have. They're both high density protein. You can't get this at Whole Foods or at the grocery store. This is very high density nutrient barley. The heirloom barley will help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, which is very important for your cardiovascular system, for your brain function, and for your immune system. And also, it soaks up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. You get a big scooper, take a half a scoop or a full scoop each day, take it the same way as you would take the Boomer Boost. Or you can take the Gladiator barley, which is what I do. And Gladiator barley, you get all the benefits of heirloom barley, the detoxification, the reduction in inflammation, soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase, but it also helps to build muscle. So to build muscle and do that resistance training, if you're in a sport, this will help you to improve in your sport. This stacks really well with Myotrol. Remember what Myotrol does is it helps with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. And you can stack either barley with the Boomer Boost, either the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley. But by stacking it, you get the max benefit. You can take them separately. You can take just the barley or just the Boomer Boost, but it's better to take them together. You will save money by following this protocol instead of spending the money that you normally would for breakfast or for lunch, right? If you're taking this for breakfast or lunch, you're losing weight and getting healthy and speeding up your metabolism and helping with these different organ systems, your musculature, bringing down inflammation, you're helping with your cardiovascular health, your brain function, right? By doing this, you're going to save money because you're going to be spending more money on your breakfast or your lunch typically than the cost of the barley and the Boomer Boost. This is a month's supply. So you're going to save money, you're going to lose weight, you're going to help control your glucose levels, you're going to have energy, you're going to slow down the aging process, and you're helping to target multiple systems for your health. And you're going to start noticing the benefits of this within 72 hours. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost and get the Gladiator barley, the Boomer Boost or the heirloom barley, or take them separately. It's up to you. But the thing is that you get the max benefits if you do the Boomer Boost with the barley. Now, I have created a box called the Longevity Boost Box that is at a lower price point, and you get the Boomer Boost and your choice of Gladiator or heirloom barley. Or you can buy them separately. It's up to you. Use discount 5, you get an additional $5 off. And by the way, I've lowered my prices on many of my supplements. So please help support my work, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Spend $150 or more, and you get a free gift until supplies last. There's lots of ways to be able to stack this stuff that I've been telling you to target your body, lose weight, get healthy, help with your heart, help with your brain function, help with your immune system. Slow down the aging process, really important. But you got to do it. If you do it every day, you'll see huge benefits within just 1 year. You're going to see radically feel differently, right? You're going to feel differently taking Boomer Boost within 72 hours, for sure, all right? But the thing is that if you start doing this for a year, you're so much farther ahead because you have these compound effects. Please take my advice, stack these supplements the way I'm telling you, and you will benefit. Now, again, like I said, there was this core protocol that I have, right? Max 35, max 14 or cleanse for the first pillar that boosts up your immune system. C60, the second pillar, soaks up free radicals. The third pillar, turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans, helps with your immune system and helps with your cardiovascular system because it brings down inflammation. And the Boomer Boost to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. So pay attention to how I'm stacking these, and you're going to benefit. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Maybe a president, or I'll ask you what you think of the first 100 days. It goes back to FDR. It's arbitrary, but it's something that the White House has decided to seize on, and in fact, hold a big rally, hold a big event tomorrow to try to, I guess, frame accomplishments in the first 100 days. Is this worth the effort?
it's hard to say if it's worth the effort. There's no evidence in the polling data that this sort of press forward strategy that they've had since he was elected is working. We've had more contact with Donald Trump as president than any other president I ever can recall in the first 100 days. Almost like he's stepping on his own press. He does 2 or 3 events a day where he'll invite the press in and talk extemporaneously about any topic that comes to either his mind or any reporter in the room. So this has really been quite extraordinary. I used to wake up in fear because Donald Trump and John McCain had only one thing in common, and that is they seem to like to talk to reporters all day long. And John McCain was just like Donald Trump, as you reported. Ashley Parker calls him up out of the blue, and he takes a call, and they wind up with an opus on the recovering political fortunes of Donald Trump. That happened every single day with John McCain, and it didn't. And John McCain's reputation as being open. I don't think Donald Trump actually gets the credit he's due on that. Now, that being said, he makes such crazy news in each of these conversations that it swings to the news, not to his willingness to talk. So I think what we're seeing is just a continuation. Rallies, active press campaigns within the administration to take control of the narrative, as you described, for this first 100 days. And look, there's no question it has been probably the most intense 100 days of any modern presidency. I think part of what was so interesting about the Atlantic articles, it reminded us of so many things that have occurred since the election and since the swearing in, that it's exhausting to read because you realize you've been witness to that. Trying to report it. So it's a fascinating time to be a watcher. I can't even imagine what it would be like to be a senior member of the Trump cabinet, having to track all this for a day job.
You guys just both put that together so well, Rick. We all remember it was a laugh line for John McCain to refer to the press as his base, right? This president does not do that, Jeannie. In fact, he didn't go to the correspondence dinner over the weekend. He's referred to, and by the way, that was decided before he went to Rome for the Pope's funeral, and he did get back in the U.S. in time to go. But that said, he didn't counter-program it, by the way, and is referred to, journalists as horrible people and the enemy of America and the rest of it. His relationship with the media, the people who are in that briefing room, and by the way, that's a changing cast of characters, as we've noted, has evolved or not in its first 100 days?
I'm not sure it's evolved much. I think it's reflective of where he has always been. And I think we all can understand the reason that the framers protect the press in the First Amendment. They're absolutely critical to all of us knowing what is happening inside a room, 99.9% of us can't get into. So give the press credit. I don't think his relationship has changed. They frustrate him, he frustrates them, and it goes on. But, thank God they keep at it because we need a strong press at this point.
Well, they're going to keep showing up in that room. That's one thing I can assure you. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, thank you so much. They'll be back in our second hour with much more to talk about here as we walk up on 100 days. There is actually some electoral news to get to north of the border today. As we've told you, Canadian elections happening. And it's been interesting because Donald Trump has played a very large role in this election, helping to boost the Liberal Party through the whole 51st state Governor Trudeau bid. We have seen the Conservative Party narrow the lead of the Liberal Party here. Liberals holding a 41% estimated popular vote share, Conservatives at 39. And I'm glad to say that we have sent the asset north of the border to follow this and do it right. David Gura is with us, Bloomberg correspondent, host, of course, of the Big Take podcast, joining us live from Ottawa. David, this is underway right now, and we can't discount the role that Donald Trump played potentially in the outcome of this election.
He's played a huge role, and you look back over this recent history, this seemed like it was the Conservatives' election to win just a few months ago, and then Donald Trump returned to the White House and began to spout off in the way that you've described, Joe, talking about Canada's potential 51st state and really calling into question that longstanding economic and trade relationship between the U.S. and Canada. And even just today, he is infusing himself into the conversation here surrounding this election. He posted on Truth Social his endorsement, I guess, if you could call it that, and once again raised the specter of Canada losing its sovereignty and becoming a part of the United States. And you saw him reply to that. Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative candidate, weighing in on X himself, saying to Donald Trump, Mr. President, stay out of this election. This is up to the voters here in Canada. But what Mark Carney, the current Prime Minister, the Liberal leader, has been saying over the course of this campaign is this is the fundamental issue that voters in this country are grappling with now, what that relationship between the U.S. and Canada is going to look like going forward. And they need to pick a prime minister who's going to be able to stand up to Donald Trump in the Oval Office or wherever these conversations take place and have a really firm tone when it comes to what that relationship looks like in the future, Joe.
So is the winner the man who can talk tough the most about Donald Trump?
Well, if you listen to Mark Carney, it's about being able to talk tough and hold his own, but it's also the person who has experience as a technocrat in this country and in England, working as the governor of the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England, who knows his way around a crisis, just to be frank. I mean, Mark Carney was the head of the Bank of Canada during 2008, of course, during the global financial crisis, and Canada is a part of the G7, so he was integrally involved in these conversations among world economic leaders about how to get the world economy through that catastrophe. Moved over to the Bank of England. Of course, that coincided with Brexit. So he's navigated difficult situations before. And as you listen to him on the campaign trail, he's really holding up these three things in complement. He looks at those two crises and this one as the same. So he's saying, yes, have a tough tone, be able to stand up to President Trump, but also pick somebody who has experience dealing with an issue of this magnitude. Pierre Poilievre is still running on the assumption that this is a race about change. It's a change election. That's what he was saying. Before we saw Justin Trudeau leave his office as Prime Minister, he's making the case that Mark Carney is effectively just a continuation of the Justin Trudeau Prime Ministership. And he's saying this country needs something radically different. He says that he presents himself as that.
On the banks of the Ottawa River, David Gura, live coverage from Canada. More from David coming up next hour. It's great to see you, David. We'll have a lot more ahead right here on Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. and get the resveratrol. Resveratrol is something that I've been taking for decades. I've been doing this antioxidant health protocol for, I don't know, since I was 16 years old, all right? Part of the reason is that on my mother's side, a lot of people died from heart disease. And, you know, when you see that when you're young, you know, it wakes you up to how short life is. But the thing is that I've been taking supplements for a very long time and finding ways to restack them in a way that is most beneficial to my own biochemistry. Now, everybody's biochemistry is slightly different. Yours, your family members, everybody's slightly different. So you're going to learn which supplements are better for you, what gives you the most benefit, all right? I'm telling you how I do it. And then you can customize it to get to fine tune it for your usage. But resveratrol is something that I've been taking for decades. Now, why? Resveratrol is an antioxidant. It'll soak up free radicals. It also helps mitochondrial health, so your energy levels will go up. When you have healthy mitochondria, your cells will perform better, especially your neurons. And this will help with youthful gene expression. When you start to age, you start to methylate genes, and when you methylate genes, you're turning them off. So your epigenetic profile changes when you get older. And so certain genes just don't get expressed as often or get expressed at all. You want to try to mitigate that. The more often you take resveratrol throughout your life, you are slowing down that methylation process. Now, resveratrol not only helps with youthful gene expression, but it also helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Senesced cells are cells that stop dividing and just sit there. They collect garbage, and they don't function as well, and your body needs to get rid of them. Resveratrol helps you to get rid of those. And by getting rid of cells that are in senescence, in tissues that can regenerate, that have adult stem cells, you're actually repopulating with younger cells. And by doing that over time, the average telomere length in the tissue, as the cells are being cleared out, the telomere lengths are, the average telomere lengths in the tissue are actually longer. That means your tissue is actually younger. You can analyze an individual for age multiple ways. You can analyze based on telomere length, average telomere length in a certain tissue. The age of your organ systems can age at different rates. You could be, let's say, chronologically a 50-year-old and have a liver of a 20-year-old, but a heart of a 60-year-old. So organ systems age differently. All right, so keep that in mind. But you can measure age multiple ways. Chronological, which is what most people do. Or you can measure it at the epigenetic level. What's the methylation of that tissue compared to someone that's younger? And how much have you methylated? You can measure telomere length. You can measure number of cells that are in senescence. Other biomarkers, in terms of blood pressure or lung capacity, cognitive function. There's all these different metrics that can be used to give you a mosaic of how your body is aging. Okay, hearing tests. You'll notice that certain frequencies you can't hear anymore when you get older compared to someone that's younger. So knowing where that frequency level is, you have an age level of your hearing. So you may be 50 years old, but maybe you have a hearing of a 40-year-old or a hearing of a 70-year-old. Just depends, right? So you can measure age at tissue levels, at organ system levels. So the whole point here is that if you slow down the aging process and you do this compound effect, then you will fare better with your tissues and your different organ systems. So taking resveratrol every day and stacking it with other supplements, you get the max benefit. Resveratrol should be stacked with C60, with NAD+, ubiquinol, NAC, clarity factor. These are the types of supplements that will help with your different systems and slow down the aging process. So take resveratrol every day. All right, now let's talk about ubiquinol and NAD+. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. You need CoQ10, especially when you hit age 40 or older. You need to take CoQ10. But most people take the wrong type of CoQ10, the less bioavailable. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. You can't get a better CoQ10 than what you can buy on my store. You can't. Try it. You can't find it. So get the ubiquinol, and this ubiquinol will help to boost up your energy levels, soak up free radicals, help with the health of the mitochondria, and protect your neurons. Extremely important to start taking once you hit age 40, because you need to protect that neural health. Another way to protect neural health, when you couple it with the ubiquinol, is to make sure that you're doing all 4 modalities of exercise. Cardio to get good blood flow to your brain, balancing exercises to activate your cerebellum, stretching exercises to activate the neurons that are attached to the ends of your muscle, and resistance training to activate the neurons and the coordination to contract your muscles. Really important. And learn new things. Get that positive neuroplasticity. But protecting those neurons are really important. So take ubiquinol every day, and it stacks well with resveratrol. Now, NAD+ is a supplement that's on my store that will boost up your NAD+ levels. NAD+ boosts up energy. It'll also help to repair DNA damage. When you get older, you start to accumulate DNA damage. You have certain mechanisms in your cells to repair that DNA. But as you get older, it gets harder to repair because you just have more DNA damage. And you have not just cellular DNA, you have mitochondrial DNA. And both of those get damaged. So to maintain the health of the cell and the health of your mitochondria, you need to repair the DNA damage. Take NAD+, and that will help with the repair of the DNA. Also, NAD+ helps to protect your neurons. And again, it stacks really well with the ubiquinol and the resveratrol. So this is a great stack to help with your brain health. But again, it's also about proper diet, exercise. Drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods. Get good blood flow, learn new things, have a positive mindset, either through spirituality or meditation, and you will fare much better. You will slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the NAD+ and the ubiquinol and the resveratrol. This is a great stack. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. If you purchase $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Reality as tariffs damage done. We talked to you about the prospect of empty shelves last week. The idea of supply chains already being scrambled. Is the damage done?
So we're going to see a barrage of data point this week, and I would say exhibit 1 of the early evidence of tariffs would be in the non-farm payrolls report. So first, we still expect a very solid number. We're expecting a gain of 165,000, which is higher than the consensus. But in the details, you're going to see that the trade and logistics sector has slowed down hiring significantly. And I think looking forward to May and June's report, I think we're going to see, and pardon me, my expression, I think a bloodbath in the logistics sector. So in May and June is typically when you see trade and logistics sector contributing to, one of the top 3 sectors in producing jobs. The first sector that should be producing at least 400,000 jobs next month is leisure and hospitality. We also will see the damage of the decline in international tourists in the U.S., also the decline in domestic tourism. That is going to hit hotel staffing and all that. We're going to see all of that in the next jobs report, but we're going to see early evidence of that in this Friday's jobs report.
Well, and when we think about logistics and kind of the volume of transit we are seeing when it comes to the freight that's being unloaded off the coast of California, how much would, even if we get some kind of agreement to keep talking with India and other Asian trading partners, really matter economically if the tariffs that China has against us and we have against China remain north of 100%? Is that not the greatest economic impact of anything that could come out of these?
Yeah, that's right, Kaylee. So if we look at from a forecaster's perspective, if we were to forecast high frequency trade, all it matters is the number of container ship leaving China to the U.S. And that has declined from a peak of 70, 80 ships per day to now 40. The last time I saw this data. So that's not the lowest.
But the thing is there was a lot of front loading because of this tariff. A lot of people were buying goods. Wholesalers were shipping to retailers because of front loading. So of course there's going to be a little bit of a drop off.
To the basement level, not yet. However, but you're right. Trade is not the kind of thing that you can turn on and turn off. With the reciprocal tariffs set to come online in early July, even announcing like 5 trade deals between now and then, for example, of India and Japan, would not be enough to get rid of all that uncertainty that many U.S. firms need in order to restart shipping before July 9th.
This is fascinating. I'm just trying to delineate, based on what I'm hearing you say, between how much of this is psychological versus real impact on tariffed goods coming into the country and costing more. How much of that, for instance, leisure and hospitality number will be disrupted simply by psychology? People saying, maybe I won't actually take that trip.
So, I think we're already seeing in the hard data, all of that.
I don't think so. I don't think so, because airline tickets are still relatively high, in my opinion. I think just traveling between New York to Detroit I think, a round trip is too expensive. All right. And that's just, econo class. So if there's such a disruption because of tariffs, why is the prices of airlines still elevated? And, you try to book a hotel in New York or Boston, good luck. Good luck. It's going to be pretty pricey. So I don't know. If there was such a drop off in demand, prices should go down, not stay elevated.
Against this backdrop, Joe, and with the data we have in hand from various pollsters, whether or not the White House is putting much stock in them, a different question that shows that voters, by and large, disapprove of this tariff regime and don't feel confident about the way in which this president is handling the economy. It does raise the question of how exactly he's going to message around all of this when he holds a rally in Michigan tomorrow to mark the 100 days.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem when you're doing these types of polls.
It's Friday, really, when the Time Magazine interview was released.
When you're doing these types of polls, everyone's got this mindset of being a consumer. You need to change your mindset and be a producer. Stop being a wage earner and be a owner. Stop, get off of the consuming train, all right? Because you're just a slave. Be a producer, all right? And your mindset will radically change when you start thinking that way, all right? Build businesses. Be your own boss. Be the master of your own destiny. Don't be beholden to some other person or some other corporation, because they just want to keep you in this mindset of being a consumer. We did this poll and people are upset about the economy because the cost of goods is too high. Consumers are having problems. Shape your own destiny. Don't be a consumer. Be a producer. When you do that, you're changing your future. Look at the people that are really wealthy in the world, all right? And some of it is, a lot of it's luck, all right? A lot of it's luck. Some of it's brains, some of it's being in the right place at the right time, some of it's skill, right? But a big part of it's luck. But the thing is there's no one that ended up being wealthy, really wealthy, by working for someone, other than being a CEO with lots of stock options, like Tim Cook, for example. But the average worker, you won't get rich by working. You may get rich by being a producer and having a business or investing in yourself, right? But if you're a wage earner, you're not going to be wealthy. You're a slave. You're a consumer. Get off of that train, I'm telling you. So that's the end of my transmission. And thank you for listening. I've been recording this for, maybe about 4 hours or so. I did have a problem with Rumble, so I had to restart the transmission, unfortunately. But thank you for listening on Rumble, on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I was live streaming there and also live streaming on YouTube. Again, let's just do a market update before we close it out. As of 1:12 p.m., the S&P 500 is at 5,474, so that's below the psychological barrier of 5,500. Remember what I was saying? The 5,500, there are going to be short positions, and it's looking like it's playing out. The VIX is a little bit elevated at 26.67. We've been watching the news. There's nothing really big in the news that drives the market down, so I think this is more psychological, what's going on with the S&P 500. Euro is trading higher right now compared to early in the session. So the dollar is weakening, the euro is strengthening. It's at 1.14. Oil is starting to go down. It's at $61.58 a barrel for the WTI. BITO is going down. It's at 20.365. Bitcoin, I believe, is trading at about 93,000 handle. And USD Japanese yen is trading at 142.28. Remember, stress in the international markets will start to boil up if the Japanese yen breaks 140. If it goes below 140, that's an indicator, that's a stress indicator that you need to pay attention to. It hasn't broke yet, right? I think the sell-off right now in the intraday trading is more psychological than anything because of this psychological 5,500 barrier. There doesn't seem to be any radical news to be driving markets lower. So with that said, we'll take a look at this tomorrow. Thank you for listening. I greatly appreciate it. Please help support my work by purchasing the products on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's something that I am very passionate about to try to get people healthy. All right. I've seen too many people die because of poor lifestyle choices. You can reverse it. Just like you can reverse being a consumer and being a producer. You can start taking charge of your life, but you got to make that decision. Are you going to take charge of your health too? It can be done. I just told you how. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.